Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a beautiful spring day in New York City. So happy to be here. And I do want to remind you, this is our final show before our little spring break. That doesn't mean we are just disappearing on all of you. Uncrowned.com. The lights never shut off over there. So shout out to the whole team led by the great Shaheen Al-Shadi. Tomorrow's special edition of The Crack, live at 1 p.m. Eastern. Pizzi, Ben, Chuck, the whole crew. Thursday, Friday, barring breaking news, which as you know, happens quite often, will be dark. Monday, new Uncrowned film about Cub Swanson's final dance. It's going to be a doozy, going to be an incredible one. That's coming out. We'll have Fight Feast, hopefully a little Seattle vlog action. So we won't keep you in the dark completely, but as far as this particular program is concerned, final one until the Monday after 3/27, April 13th. So it's about 4 shows total. We loaded the deck yesterday, 6 guests on the program. We're loading the deck today, another 6 guests, including 1 in-studio guest. And our first guest is going to be here in a matter of seconds, so stay tuned for that. Let me tell you who's on today's program and what we'll be talking about on today's program. I do have some very interesting news regarding the proposed PFL rebrand. That is to come later in the show. Stay tuned for that. Back end of the program, Terrence McKinney is going to join us. T-Rex coming off the great win on Saturday. All this man does is either win in the first round or lose in the first round. It's unbelievable, and he has yet to win a bonus of any kind in the UFC. Unfathomable. As of right now, he has surpassed the great Tom Aspinall for shortest average fight time for any one of his UFC fights combined. It's amazing. I think it's at 2:16, 2 minutes and 16 seconds, average fight time. Kill or be killed with T-Rex, and he's one of the most exciting fighters in the sport, in the organization. You know, sometimes he lives by the sword, sometimes he dies by the sword. He's always very fun. We'll talk to him about all of that and more. Prior to that, we'll be joined by another main event winner. Yesterday, we had 3 of them from Saturday on the program. Moses Atalma, Arman Sarukian, Joe Pyfer. We'll get the 4th. There were 5 major events on Saturday. The other big winner, of course, Sebastian Fundora. On this show, we'll talk to Johnny Eblen, the now former Bellator middleweight champion who annihilated Brian Battle in Battle's PFL debut. He's 100% going to fight Costel Vanstinas next, barring any craziness or injuries or anything like that. Looking forward to talking to Johnny Eblen, one of the best middleweights in the world, about the big win and where he goes from here. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by a very special guest, Vladyslav Heraskevych. You may have heard of Vladyslav Heraskevych during the 2026 Winter Olympic Games that wrapped up last month in Milano Cortina. He was, for about 2-3 days, the biggest story of the games. A Ukrainian skeleton racer who ultimately was disqualified. He was Ukraine's flag bearer, by the way. He was ultimately disqualified, never got to compete because he showed up wearing a helmet that depicted 24 Ukrainian athletes who unfortunately were killed during the Russia-Ukraine war. He wanted to honor them, he wanted to pay homage to them, and the IOC said, you can't do that. And he stood his ground. He didn't want to wear a black armband. That's what they proposed. He said he wanted to wear the helmet. They said no and ultimately DQ'd him. He's in New York. I spoke up saying that I thought it was an injustice. I thought that they made a mistake. I thought it wasn't propaganda. It wasn't any type of war symbolism or anything like that, political symbolism. And I thought they got it wrong. He's going to be in studio to talk about it all. He's also a former amateur boxer and also a big fight fan, and a lot of fighters, including the Klitschko brothers, Vladimir and Vitaly, including Alexander Usyk. A lot of fighters from Ukraine stood up on his behalf, and I very much appreciated them doing that, and very much appreciated, everything that he stood for. So I'm really looking forward to talking to him. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Lance Gibson Jr., who picked up his first UFC win, the son of Lance Gibson Sr., I think just one of 3 father-son duos to ever compete in the UFC. So pretty cool stuff. We'll talk to him about the win and, of course, the Muckleshoot fight series, which spawned the whole trip to Seattle for the boys. And prior to that, we're going to be joined by Eddie Hall, the beast, the big man, who's fighting Tommy Fury in June. This fight was announced. Always great to talk to him. He is one of a kind. But first, we shall begin with a very special guest. And there I am watching UFC Seattle on Saturday night. It's a great card of the year, 6 finishes in the main card slot and all that stuff. But to me, the highlight was all of a sudden out of nowhere. I had no idea that this was going to happen, and maybe I should have known, but you know how it is. No idea. There we see a video package about Demetrious Johnson, who hasn't been talked about much in the UFC as of late. And there we see DJ with his lovely family, with his wife, his 2 kids. One was not in attendance. And there we find out that he is going to be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame later on this year in July. And this warmed my heart to no end. This man is one of the greatest fighters of all time on my Mount Rushmore. This is a man who should have been in the UFC Hall of Fame already, but it's okay. It's okay. Better late than never. And it wasn't egregious. But there was some doubt whether or not it would ever happen. It made me so very happy to see him get those flowers on Saturday, and I can't wait to see him get his proper flowers at the induction ceremony in July. He is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. There he is, Mighty Mouse himself. Hello, DJ. How are you?
I'm doing good, Ariel. Thanks for having me on again.
Look at you from the Santos studio over there. I see you sparring with Hamza yesterday, doing a little this, a little that. It's an unbelievable thing, a world tour of sorts.
Yeah, we're out here in California. We're at the Jackson Media House. And last night, Hamzat is working extremely hard. And I mean hard, almost where, I don't miss it. That man is a machine. And so after the video just showed, he just got done working out. And then I was teaching. I was working with his team, just kind of showing some stuff I like to do and how I work on my movement. And then Hamzat was like, come on, let's move around a little bit. He's so fucking strong and big, man. Like, sometimes I forget that I'm 5'3", but I have a heart of a fucking giant. I'm like, I can fight with him. Yeah, it didn't work out that way.
Are you a part of the team? Are you a part of the camp, or just doing some training videos with him like we've seen you do with TJ, Armin, and others?
I'm not part of the camp. I'm just out here doing some videos. I got a shoot today with Man's Health, and then some stuff with Jackson and Santo, and he's in town. And I'm going to work out with them today. I'm going to join wrestling practice, and we'll create some content, but I'm not worthy to be on that team. Everyone on that team is undefeated. Every single one of them are undefeated. So for me, I'm just here showing some love, bring some good vibes, good energy, and that's it.
I do want to say I am loving these videos. Like, the interviews are fun, but you kind of dropping into these different camps and learning these different, styles, tendencies, whatever routine that they go through. It's fascinating stuff. Like, I could see this being a series, and I know you're kind of doing it on your own and you're killing it on YouTube, but like DJ kind of dropping in and learning about what these other fighters are made of and how they train, and you teaching them, and them being in awe of you and wanting to learn from you is a brilliant, brilliant thing. It's so great to watch.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that's a compliment from, the producer, Michael Wanzover, Nick Pappas, the whole team. We're always trying to think outside of the box. And I think one of the things I didn't do when I was in my prime of my career, and even at the end of my career, is I never documented any of my training, right? Like my sparring, pad work, drilling. I never did any of that. So I think when people actually get a chance to step into my mind and see what I'm doing, I'm working with the top athletes in the world, and they're just loving the content. And I enjoyed it as well. Like, I really enjoy working with a guy like Armin Srukin. The TJ Dillashaw thing was amazing. The Hamzat the Hamzat training last night was amazing. Just to see how they train. And sometimes, I don't realize how hard I trained when I was back in my day, when I was fighting in the UFC and won championship. So the fans love it. I love doing it. The biggest thing is just trying to find the time to shoot that stuff.
Yeah.
And then we did something. We did a big piece that's coming out with GSP. That one was absolutely amazing. GSP, one of the greatest of all time in the welterweight division. We did we did so much stuff with him.
Oh.
That's coming out. But we have a small team, so it takes a long time for us to edit it. Michael's got to produce it. Nick's got to do his spin on it. So it just takes a while for us to produce these beautiful pieces.
I can't wait for that one, because I know you were in Montreal. Can I take like 2% credit for that one? Am I the one that connected you with GSP? I feel like, did I do anything to make this happen? I kind of feel like I did. No, or am I crazy?
No, I had GSP's number, so but you did.
Did I give it to you? I feel like I gave it to you back in the day.
I think you might have did when I was about to retire. So we'll give you 2% credit,
All right.
for that, Ariel. We'll give you 2% credit. But yeah, we did that with GSP, and that was fucking amazing, right? Like, here's a guy who went out on his own as a champion. He could have continued to fight. He's still in great shape. He lives a healthy lifestyle. Very humble. I mean, I hope, in 5 years, when I'm 45, I'm still healthy, active, and still, promoting healthy lifestyles.
I can't wait for that one. Now, I didn't have you on just to glaze you in your YouTube channel here, as the kids like to say. We have some actual news to talk about. Okay, so this was amazing. This was amazing when I saw this. Can you tell me, when did this all start? How did it begin? You get the phone call, someone reaches out. How long ago? How long have you known about it? I want to know from the very beginning how this all came about.
Yeah, so I knew the UFC was coming into town, and I try to stay not away, but I'm all about making content and setting myself up for the best success to be able to capture the best content. So when they were coming to town, Izzy was fighting. I was like, okay, well, I want to watch Izzy fight, but I don't know if it's gonna be his last fight, if he's gonna fight again. I was going to get a suite, but I was like, I don't want to get a suite. So we're just trying to think about how we're going to make it happen. And then after that, I was like, I'm done. Like, it gets so stressful when, it's like you get out the hood and then everyone's, oh man, you doing well, man. Can I get a ticket? Can I get a ticket? It becomes stressful. So I was like, I just don't want to go to the event. And then, somebody kept blowing me up. It was like Zupa LLC calling. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, do they owe me money or do I owe them money? I'm not sure what's going on here. And then I didn't answer that phone call. Then somebody else called me. I didn't answer that. Then somebody texted me. I believe the gentleman, his name is Ozzy. He texted me. And we used to work together back in the day when I worked for the UFC. I answered the phone call, talked to them. And I was like, hey, we'd love to have you come. And we'd love to, who do you want to bring? I was like, I'll just bring my immediate family, Tyron, Tanith, and Maverick, and my wife. And then they're like, okay, perfect. We'll send you a car and we'll have a great night, essentially. So I kind of knew it was going to happen, but I didn't want to tell anybody, right? I didn't tell Michael. I didn't tell my dad. I didn't tell my father-in-law. I didn't tell nobody because it was something special for me and my wife, right? Like, to go up there, and if it was going to happen, it would just be us in attendance, not everybody else. And that's essentially how it happened.
Wow. So they never outright told you this was going to happen?
They kind of hinted at hey, we'd love to have you. You missed last year. You missed last year's event, but we hope to have you in attendance this year. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And, we went up there, and it's always nice to break up the monotony of life. Sometimes we go to events, sometimes we don't. And then I was like, hey, the boys haven't been to a UFC event. And I took Tyron, and Maverick didn't want to go. Maverick was like, we kind of lied to Maverick. Maverick is kind of like me. If you tell him something, he expects it to happen. Right. We said, hey, we're going to go out to a nice dinner and we'll go get dressed up. And then he came downstairs. I was doing a sauna and a cold plunge before we were going out to the event. And he goes, so where are we going to dinner? I was like, we're not going to dinner. We're going to the UFC event. He goes, I ain't going.
What?
he goes, he going.
Man.
All right. Friend's house. So he went to his friend's house.
You didn't want to tell him yo, man, this is going to be special. You didn't want to, because I noticed there were only 2 kids there and I know you have 3.
Yeah. I mean, we wanted to surprise him. Right. But Maverick is like me. If I wake up in the morning, I tell my wife, hey baby, this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to do laundry, I'm going to do dishes. I'm going to clean the house, I'm going to mop. And then after all that, I want to play video games. Right. And let's say I do all those things. And let's just say something happens. Let's say we have to go somewhere and I don't get to play games. A long time ago, I'll be fucking pissed off. I'll just be straight I'm not happy right now. So Maverick's like me. I told him we're going to go to dinner. He expects to go to dinner. We didn't go to dinner. He's pissed off. That's just how Maverick is. And I love him for it, right? I love each of my kids for their own personalities. And I respect him for being open about his feelings, right? I think that's a thing that me and my wife are trying to, tell our kids, you guys need to speak your mind and be open with your feelings. Sometimes they're a little bit too goddamn open, but, we want to make sure they express themselves.
Was he mad when he found out? Was he mad when he found out that he missed the moment?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Wow. Good for him.
I said, hey, the ceremony's going to be July 9th in Vegas. Would you like to come? And I asked him, I said, let me ask you a question. if I would have told you that we were going to the UFC event to go watch the event, would you have wanted to do it? Would you have wanted to go? And he goes, yes. But I have an expectation that you told me something, I expect it to happen. And that's how I am, right? Like if somebody says, hey, dude, I'm gonna give you X% of this company with no, and it's a handshake, I expect you to be a man of your word. So essentially I kind of went back on my word as a man, and I got to make up for it.
Speaking of expectations, did you expect this or were you surprised?
I think you could feel the atmosphere. And when I got there, there's so many great.
No, and by the way, I want to take a step back. Just the decision, not you on the night getting the like. There was a time where I was like, is DJ going to get his flowers? Is DJ going to get the recognition that he deserves? Because you're not one of the company men. You say the good and the bad. You talk about the good and the bad. You don't work for them. So I'm talking about like the actual call, the decision to get in. Is that something that you expected?
No, I didn't. Because I remember last year they wanted me to go, and I said I ain't fucking going. So I think I was kind of surprised that they called and asked me. I have no expectations, right? Like, so the fact that they called and asked me to come, it's awesome, but I didn't have expectations, right? I was just, I didn't have any expectations.
Are you surprised you're being inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame?
There's a part of me there's a part of me that says yes, and there's a part of me that says no, because I think I've done a lot of amazing things inside the company, like my title run as a flyweight. I felt I did pretty good at a bantamweight at the time I did fight there. So I think my accolades and what I've been able to do, no. But I think as far as like, hey, I don't know how the lowest selling pay-per-view numbers ever anymore. I saw they did my man Pantoja wrong. They said that man only had 67,000 pay-per-view buys. Shame. But I felt like as far as generating money for the company, they probably would see like, we don't need them. So like I said, it's kind of, I'm happy that it's happening. Let's just leave it at that.
What does it mean to you? Like, what does this honor, this distinction, does this mean anything special to you?
Yeah, I think deep down it does, just because the UFC ain't going nowhere, right? It's going to be here for another 20 years, 25, 30, maybe even more. The sport is only getting bigger. I mean, we always have, me and Michael, we talk about this all the time on the podcast and just on the YouTube channel, is that everybody's saying, oh, the UFC product is horrible. In Key Arena, it was 4.1 million gate. The fucking event was packed from the start to the end. The sport is only getting bigger. The car, I'm not gonna lie, that card was a banger. Like the Alexa Grasso versus Macy, banger fight. The Izzy versus Joe Pfeiffer, banger fight. Michael Chiesa gonna get a victory over Nico Price, great fight. The Terrence McKinney, great fight. I mean, the whole card was a good card. And when I sit here and we look at the UFC product, we look at all the products of mixed martial arts and all organization. We're looking at how the organization promotes it, and we're looking at the art form of the athletes, or what they're able to do, right? And so the fact that I'm in the UFC Hall of Fame, it's going to be around, right? So when people look at like, oh, who's inducted into the Hall of Fame? Who was the first ever flyweight to be inducted into the Hall of Fame? Demetrious Johnson, and he was the first ever UFC flyweight champion. So I think in that scope, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, the answer just would have been simply yes. Like, you should have been in the moment you retired. You should have gone in. It takes a little bit longer, whatever the reason is. So this is great, and like I said, overdue. Can I ask, when was the last time you attended a UFC event as a spectator?
Oh, as a spectator? Holy shit! I had to guess, probably 2017.
Which one?
I don't know. The last time I fought was in 2018. So typically I say the UFC does a good job of bringing out the athletes to the event to promote them. Essentially, hey, DJ, we're going to get you on camera.
Yeah.
So I would say something in 2017, but yeah, last time I fought was 2018. So I couldn't give you like an exact card I was at, but I would say probably 2017.
So since the trade, since you moved over to One, you had not attended a UFC event?
I have not.
What was that like for you to be back now with your kids? Like, that must have been surreal, no?
Honestly, it was great to see the Tyron. He was really into it. He really, really loved it, because he's getting at that age. He's 12 years old. He's playing football. So he really enjoyed it. And my daughter, my daughter cracks me up because she goes, "Why are you so popular?" Because if you go on my house, there's no UFC titles, there's no UFC pictures of me. There's you can walk on my house and you would not see one lick of mixed martial arts, not one picture of me fighting, nada, nothing. So my daughter doesn't know why I'm popular. She goes, "Babe, why?" Not babe. She goes, "Daddy, why are you so popular?" I just tell her, "Baby, I work for NASA. You see that picture of me on the moon? That's fucking me." So when we went there, I said, "Hey, I'm gonna show you why I'm so popular." And I pointed to the video and I was holding her. She goes, "Oh, that's why you're popular."
Wow.
So I think to be able to show her finally that like this is what daddy did, because the boys grew up watching me fight, where Tana didn't really understand why I'm so popular and what I did for a career. She just sees daddy wake up, come home. I just got done working out. I'm going to go downstairs, work, and create some stuff. So it's kind of cool for her and for my wife and Tyron. It was awesome for them to be in attendance.
Did it make you emotional, especially being there with your wife, who's been there for the entire ride? Like, to be back, this is where you became Mighty Mouse in everyone's eyes.
In the beginning, yeah, I got a little teary eye, and I was like, they kind of, they went away. But yeah, it was great. I mean, it's a big moment. Like me and my wife, it's not just me getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. It's my wife as well, because she's been with me since the very beginning, right? Not that they're going to make a statue of her, but she's been with me for this whole ride. And I can't be successful if she wasn't there taking care of everything at home, making sure my food was good, make sure when I would go to training, she would make sure I have all my equipment. When I would go to an event, like let's say I'm fighting in Las Vegas, or let's say I'm fighting in Florida, and I always bring my own scale to the event. And the reason why I do it is because you have to make sure you keep track of your weight the whole week. And so I'll bring my own scale, and then there's a UFC scale. I'll make sure my scale would match their official scale. That way, when I'm cutting weight, there's no reason why athletes should be missing fucking weight. There's just no reason, right? So my wife would make sure I would have the best equipment, everything I needed. So let's say I'm at the UFC event and my scale is off by 2 pounds for some reason. All I had to do was make a call to my wife and she goes, "I'm on it." She would go find she'll bring me 2 scales. She was try these 2 scales, make sure these ones match the UFC. So if it wasn't for her taking the time to make sure I had everything I needed and make sure everything at home was taken care of, I couldn't be as successful and focused on what I did to make myself successful. So in my eyes, it's me and her both getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. So it's very special to me.
Amazing. What an incredible story and what an incredible lady. My wife. The best is you and Izzy talking about it. That was the best. What about Izzy walking into the cage and then coming out to greet you there right before his fight, having the presence of mind?
Man, I see. Usually I was after his fight. So for me, when I care about the athletes, I don't like to see them fight, just because there's just things can happen. They can get injured, and I just care too much, right? Like when I was growing up, I never was a fan. I was never really into watching boxing, basketball, football, just because I didn't have a father around. So it was basically just my mom and me and my brothers. So like now I feel I'm at this age now where I'm a fanboy, where it's like, "Oh shit, Izzy about to fight. Come on, Izzy, you gonna win." And even though the odds are stacked against Izzy to win, I'm like, Izzy's still gonna win. There's no way he can fucking lose. They're like, "Man, you fucking delusional, dog." So for me to watch him fight, it was great. He was looking good. He looked a little bit hesitant on the feet to just let it go. Did a great job, the takedown defense. And then, the second round, they started exchanging. His nose got broke, and I was just fucking gutted. I'm not gonna lie. For me, he's been a middleweight champion. He's defending the belt multiple times. He has plenty of money. He's so talented. He can dance. He's a DJ. Anything he does, he's going to be successful. So for me, I feel like what made me so good in fighting was, one, I viewed it as a job. I needed fucking money, right? Like when you're poor and you're broke, you have a different mindset. When I was cutting weight and I had to cut 8.5 pounds, and Matt was like, "Oh, we got to pull you out." I was like, I'm not fucking giving not a dime away to the commission or my opponent. I'm going to make fucking weight. Like there's a different mindset that goes on when you ain't got money. I'm not saying that now that he has money, the mindset's changed, but he's fighting somebody else who's trying to get to his level. So for me, I'm just like, you've done everything. Just walk away from the sport. But I think that's so hard for mixed martial or any professional athlete. And I think for me, so when I see him fight, I'm like, God, you don't need to fucking fight, right? And he's still young, he's only 36, but yeah, I was gutted.
Do you think he should retire?
I would, if I was him. I would. I mean, why do you, I mean, there's something for me, it's like, why do you fight? Like, first off, why did I fight? For the money. Okay, two, there's a part of me where it's okay, I like the chess aspect of like, okay, he's gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, okay. The lifestyle, right? It's good. But if you have the money, you got to find something else to keep your mind engaged and always learning and thinking. So you can keep on training, you can travel and learn something new. And then then the health aspect as well. Like, he's got a broken nose. It's like, I just, for me, I would like to see him retire. There's nothing else for him to do in mixed martial arts. I think he's done everything. And you're not even considering the kickboxing matches he's had as well. Like, the man's been on a tear, on a grind. I think he deserves to relax and enjoy himself and find something else. It's like Dustin Poirier. He said now that he's retired, he's fighting all these things he can actually say yes to that he couldn't before, right? And I think for me, I got electrolytes coming out. I got a manga coming out. The kickoff was on Wednesday. I was on a call for 2.5 hours yesterday on the concept art designs. And then prior to that, I was on a call with Sakura Phoenix, who was in Japan in studio. That's, putting it together, producing it. It's like that shit right there. I'm engaged. Like, I'm focused on that. And then I have the YouTube channel. Then I got the Mighty Journey. It's like I have so much stuff where people are like, man, you should come wrestle for Real American Freestyle. Why? This stuff is way more important than competing. That's why I don't do IBJJF anymore. That's why I don't compete, because this stuff is really more important to me because it's challenging. It's like, how can I create an IP from scratch? How can I do that? That is very, very hard. Very, very hard. And that drives me. My mind's just going constantly all fucking day.
I love it, man. You get me so excited. You motivate me to try to be the best that I can be as well. I'm going to let you go in a moment, but I just wanted to ask you, did you see Dana White there?
I did not, but I did see Hunter Cameron.
How was that?
It was great. I said, dog, I appreciate you letting me out of my contract. I really do. Because at the end of the day, the UFC could have said no. They said, your black ass ain't going nowhere. You owe us 4 more fights, and you're going to fight them fights. But, after everything and all the negotiations that happened, they were able to they let me go out of my contract. And when I went to one championship, I made great money. Like, if I truly believe, if I never went to one championship, I don't think I'll be in the position I am in today. So I have to be grateful. I have to show respect. I think it's the right thing to do. And I did that. And he says, hey, no problem. And he goes, I hope you had a great time over there. Hope you made a lot of good money over there. And congratulations being inducted to the Hall of Fame. Like, I think sometimes, like, when you're just straight and honest with another man or woman or whatever it is, whoever you're talking to, I think you're going to get the true colors of them, right? Same thing with Dana White. Like, when I told him straight up, I was like, dude, me and TJ just worked out yesterday, and it was funny. I said, we're working and moving, and TJ was like, if I was to fight you, I would have done this. I was like, if I would have fight you, I would have do this. It'll be dropping on Jackson behind the brand media house. And I walked to the camera. I was like, just so you fans know, Dana White robbed you guys of this fight. All you had to do is pay a motherfucking $1 million, and this fight would have happened. But he didn't want to. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, for me, I think in a business aspect, it's like, let's go to the John Jones scenario, right? Let's say John Jones asked for $30 million. Shit, let's say he asked for $100 million. The UFC can say, no, we're not paying you $100 million, John. We don't need that fight. That's bad. There shouldn't be a fucking gripe in the room about it. That's my opinion, right? If he asked for $15 million and they say, no, we're not going to pay you $15 million. I just don't think there's something wrong with a company saying, no, we're not going to pay you that. And just like when I said, Dana White paid me $1 million to fight TJ Dillashaw, and he says, I can't bring you what you don't bring in. Perfect. We're at a standstill. Now I have leverage because you want something from me, and I'm not willing to budge on it. The fight doesn't need to happen. So that's how my mindset is when it comes to when I hear people talk about, like, man, John Jones asked for this, and Dana White said no. I can't believe he said no. He didn't want the fight that bad. shout out to John Jones for sticking to his guns. I know how everybody's like, oh, well, was he going to get the White House card or not? That's just how I mean. So for the whole context of things, when I saw Hunter Campbell, I kept it straight. I kept it real. I said, hey, thank you so much for letting me out of my contract. And he says, no worries. I'm glad you made a lot of good money and won championship. Congratulations on Hall of Fame. And that's all that needs to be said.
Amazing. Is this a potential bridging of the gap? We'll see you at more events, perhaps be an analyst, do more stuff, or is it just Hall of Fame?
Nah, I would never be an analyst.
Okay.
I like having the control. I mean, as you know, Ariel Helwani, we've talked about this off record. When you have your own platform, you can say whatever you want, however you want, and you can, and don't get me wrong, there's like the event was amazing, but I'd rather be at home making content on the event. They're like, hey, you can go to International Fight Week. The card, I was like, nope, I'd rather be in my house, get up, use the restroom, be around my family and create content. And as for the analyst desk, there are certain things that I like about, like, have you seen 4th and 1 with Cam Newton?
Yes.
I love that format. I love it because he keeps it real. He talks about football players. He talks about mixed, not MMA guys, but, Floyd Mayweather. So I told Michael, like, I would love to do something like that for my channel where it's like, for example, if I was to talk about John Jones asking for 15, the whole debate, that's what I'll say. I'll have a cigar, I'll have like a blunt or whatever. Like John Jones asked for $15 million. And he said no. I don't see your problem with that. Maybe the UFC doesn't think John Jones is worth $15 million. Maybe they think they get it for cheaper. Or I always say this, you can always find somebody who will fight for cheaper. UFC, you fight for cheap. What you think about that, Michael? Michael be like, man, I don't know, man. I just love that format. So I think when you have your own platform, you can do anything you want. When you go in as an analyst under somebody else's platform, you have to toe the company line. So I don't think analysts, I'm cut out for it. I think I have way too much charisma and I have way too much ideas that I think I wouldn't be able to express myself fully
I agree.
if I'm under somebody else's platform. So I think I'll keep it myself.
Last one, very quickly. I'm dying to know, Grasso, sub, KO. What do you say?
I say both. Shoot it. Pop, pop, pop. I mean, my son has a python, and we feed it every week. We feed it a mouse. It looked like that.
Yes.
That's honestly how it looked. It looked like a python snatching up a mouse. And Alexa Grasso, she did an amazing job. She does such a good job of staying super tight, very, very, very tight in her footwork and her combination. I felt when she fought Valentina Shevchenko, she was doing very good against Valentina Shevchenko on the feet. But I felt that Shevchenko was able to take her down and stay in her guard, not try to pass guard, because when she would pass guard, she would bridge and get up. So I think Alexa Grasso did a good job. The
first KO sub in UFC history. I said yesterday, you can make a very strong case that the two greatest finishes in UFC history both happened at flyweight. You versus Ray Borg, the armbar slam, and then, of course, what happened on Saturday. Not bad for a couple of flyweights there, huh? Not bad. DJ, you're the freaking man. I know you have a very busy morning over there. Thank you so much for squeezing us in. Really, really appreciate it. And again, Mazel Tov, congratulations. And don't think I didn't catch you dropping the blessed word Ariel Helwani backstage in that UFC interview. Don't think I didn't catch that, and don't think I didn't appreciate it, because I did very, very much. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Eric. You're always the best. You're the GOAT. Happy birthday.
Okay.
Congratulations.
There he is, Demetrious Johnson. Oh, there you okay. Was he saying goodbye there, Frank? Do you cut him off? He was moving. He was moving to someone else. He was talking to someone else, right? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, man. Do you want me to say goodbye to him or answer your questions?
Just say happy birthday to whomever he was saying happy birthday to. All right. Tremendous stuff. How could you not love that guy? It's so happy. Perhaps we'll be there. I was only at one other Hall of Fame induction, well, I guess since 2020, and that was DC's. I think it might be apropos to be at that one. We shall see, we shall see. We found out late last week that a very interesting boxing match is coming to Manchester. Manchester has become the boxing hub of the UK. Obviously, this past weekend, we had Moses Satama over there. That was at the Co-op Live, but at the AO Arena on June 13th, it's going to be the return of Tommy Fury, who we recall a few years ago fighting in Manchester against one KSI, but this time it's against his biggest opponent ever. It's against the Beast, Eddie Hall, who we last saw last year in KSW, now back to boxing for the big man, and he's kind enough to join us to talk about all of this. Very much looking forward to it. There he is, the man himself. Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much, and great to have you back on the program. Congratulations on this fight coming together. Can you tell us how it came together? There's the poster, Beauty versus the Beast, June 13th, AO Arena, you versus Tommy Fury. How did this all come together?
Honestly, it was Tommy's dad. To be
Wow.
blank. Yeah. So me and Tommy's dad had a few untoward words, and I basically said, "Look, I'll fucking slap any of you fuckers all over the place." And before I knew it, I had a contract to fight Tommy. So I guess he's put his youngest son for sacrifice to defend the Fury name as of now, and it might move up the ranks after that. We'll see.
So you have beef with Big John Fury?
It seems so. Yeah. Like I wasn't intending to. I bumped into him at a premiere, asking him about Tyson, and I wanted to get fights with Tyson Fury, and look, I don't know what's happened there. And then later on social media, he put it on me, and I was like, you know what, John, you're full of shit. All you do is fucking talk shit all the time. I was about you put your money where your mouth is and have a fight, and then before you know it, I've got a fight with Tommy booked in. And honestly, like I genuinely thought I was on good terms with Tommy, but it seems if you upset someone's dad, you're automatically not on good terms. So there we go.
And to be clear, you were inquiring about a fight against Tyson Fury first?
Yeah, so I actually wanted, because I saw Tyson Fury was doing quite a bit of MMA training, and it just put a ring in my ear. It was like Will Strongest Man versus Tyson Fury in MMA. So boxing, he would smash me all day long, but MMA, everyone I spoke to is like, you know what, like. I don't know who would win that, and that's why I think the fight needs to happen at some point.
Okay, and so then we get into John. And would you like to fight John eventually?
I think fighting John. Look, John's not like an old man, but he talks a good talk, doesn't he? He's a fighting man. He'll fight anyone, anywhere, anytime. I probably fear John more than any of the Furies, if I'm being honest.
Wow.
Read up on his history. He's a bit of a nasty fucker, like.
Have you seen that apparently him and Tyson have had a bit of a falling out?
Yeah, and I guess that's why, me and John had the falling out, is because I was pressuring a bit, and he didn't want to have any of it, and yeah, he just snapped. He's obviously a bit sensitive about it.
And so what's the state of the relationship with Tommy? You say that you think that, you guys were kind of cool. Have you met him? Have you hung out with him? What's that like?
So I worked with him quite a bit in the later of last year. And then obviously when this contract landed in front of me, I messaged Tommy. I was like, mate, are you sure you want to do this? And he didn't reply. So it seems it's all legit.
Wow.
It seems Tommy wants to fight. So there we go.
And so what are the rules here? Is it 8 3-minute rounds?
6 2-minute rounds.
Okay. 6 2.
I hope. For my sake.
So it's an exhibition bout.
Yeah, it's an exhibition bout. I think it'd be a bit unfair to have a professional bout, because of the sheer size difference.
Yeah. How much do you think you'll weigh?
I'm 157 kilo now, so I'm just under 350 pounds. If I come in at like 335, that would probably be my lowest. Probably 340.
And what do you think he'll weigh?
Honestly, if he comes in at 210, I would be surprised. I think 205, 210 max.
How big will the gloves be?
I haven't got that far.
Okay.
Yet. I'm assuming 12 ounce. We'll see.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm assuming no headgear or anything like that.
No.
Do you have any idea how big the ring is going to be?
It's usually around 20 foot for the Misfits. I don't think they're going to do us any big favors. They don't want to. We don't want a clown match. They want to see a good fight.
And so, how do you feel about being in a boxing match? Last time we saw you was in KSW, and that was a cool experience. That was great for you, I think. But now you're fighting, a pro boxer who's been in there more on the influencer side of things, but obviously comes from a great fighting family. Do you feel like this is a big leap for you? What do you think?
I feel like it's a step in the right direction. I think that like these David versus Goliath fights, people want to see them. Like the Jake Paul versus the AJ did so well, and so many people watch that fight. And it's the old like David versus Goliath. People want to see a regular guy go up against a giant, and I'm quite happy to be that giant. And there's a place for me in this world to have a role in that. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it, and I think who knows where it'll lead. it'll be step up in opponents after that, all being well. And Tommy's no pushover. You know, he's 11-0. As you say, he's a professional fighter. Been boxing since he was 5 years old. I've only been fight training for 4 years now. So yeah, a bit of a difference.
When you say it's a step in the right direction, ultimately, where do you want that direction to lead you to? What is your end goal in all of this?
So end goal, I guess, is to obviously have those big entertainment fights. I do actually want to go out with a bang. So I obviously I'll do boxing, but I really love the MMA. I'm thoroughly enjoying the MMA, and I quite fancy putting my hands up right at the end and taking a title shot, like a European title, a world title, and just win, draw, or lose, go in, give it a shot. Let's go for a big title, and that'll be like my win, draw, lose, and done. You know, just see what I can do in the world of MMA, and then get out. I'm 38 years of age. And I'm feeling the effects of age. I'm definitely not 19 anymore.
In this fairy tale, who's the opponent? Who's the guy that you're fighting in this final, win, lose, or draw match?
Honestly, it's a tough one. It's going to be a big name. You know, there's people like Phil DeFries in the KSW, who's like the European title holder. There's obviously people like Francis Ngannou, who are just like the biggest, scariest bastards on the planet. Just like a big fight like that. That's what I'm looking for.
That would be, talk about a irresistible force meeting an immovable object. You versus Francis would be some sight.
Yeah, no, it would. And again, that'd be, I'd train my bollocks off for it. And I think that would be the last one for me. Win, draw, or lose. I think I just want to go up against the biggest, baddest person I can get up against and see if I can grab a title. Because imagine winning World's Strongest Man and then coming into the fight world and grabbing a European title or a world title off Francis or something. It'd just be insane.
How many years do you want to do this for now? Now that you say you're 38 and you're feeling the effects, how many left do you have in you?
I feel like I've got 2 years left in me. Okay. I feel like by the time I'm 40, I'm looking toward being done. So there's probably 18 months left in me.
And so with that in mind, we last saw you in April in KSW, April of last year. So it's going to be about a year and more than a year by the time this June fight happens. Why so long? Why didn't anything materialize after that win over Pudzianowski?
I've been trying. Like, it's so hard to find opponents. It really is. There's been so many people putting their hands up, but I don't want to sound horrible, but there are a lot of nobodies. And like I said at the start of this, it's my role in this is to play the giant and play the bad guy. Marius worked because it was World's Strongest Man versus World's Strongest Man. It was like, it just worked. And Marius once fought for the European title not too long ago, so he was no slouch in the fight world. And then I guess, you look at the success of like AJ and Jake Paul fight, and people just want to see the guy go up against a regular guy. And I love the concept too. And me challenging myself, Dylan Danis is another one. He claims to be the best in the world at jiu-jitsu. Come and prove it then. If he thinks he's invincible and weight doesn't matter, let's have that fight.
Yeah, so what happened there? I felt like we were moving in the right direction. I thought that was a real viable one for the two of you. Did it ever get close?
We were in massive talks and even numbers were being talked. But it just, I don't know, just never came to fruition. I think Dylan's the biggest problem there. I think, I would fight any day of the week, but I think Dylan wants that stupid money for taking the fight, and fair play to him. He's putting his neck on the line fighting someone like me. So that was the only hold up with that. Maybe after the Tommy fight, it makes it a bit more doable and feasible. So we'll see. And I've been told the Dylan Danis fight will happen this year.
Okay. Is that the one? I've seen you hint at something at the end of 26. Is that the one you're referring to?
At the end of 26.
End of 2026, end of this year, that there's another fight lined up.
Oh, right. No, I can't say about that, but I'm already lining other fights up. Yeah. So okay. I want to get this fight done. I want to keep that momentum. So like one every 4 months, just keep that momentum for 18 months.
And are you okay with jumping around to the different combat sports, or would you like to stick to one?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. Because they all lead to that that end goal of having that super match against somebody. Boxing is very beneficial to the MMA, and the MMA is, it's hard to pick up again with breaks, but it's always there. The strength is always there with the MMA, and that's where I feel like my strengths are in the MMA world. It's my strength. It sounds stupid to say, but my strength in the fight game in the MMA is my strength.
Well, I feel like that's tailor-made for you because you can use your strength. You can't use it as much in boxing. Certainly you can use it to your benefit, clinching, the power and all that. But in MMA, you can truly use your power to your fullest advantage. So I feel like that's the best move for you.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think like muscles in boxing are almost worthless.
Yeah.
So, but with MMA, they are like one of the most valuable tools you can have. I've never heard a fighter say, "I wish I was weaker for that fight," especially in MMA. The stronger you are, in general, the more you can maul and more you get advantage on the floor.
I know you've trained with the Aspinalls. Will you be training with them for this fight?
For this fight, no. So I'm just traveling around the country, boxing clubs, and just getting as much sparring as I can with people that are around the same weight as Tommy. When I go back to the MMA, yeah, I would love to join back into the Aspinall crew. I think they've tightened the ship a bit lately, but I'm hoping they'd accept me back.
What do you mean by that? You think they're not welcoming you these days? They're lovely people.
No, I just know Tom is really tightened his ship recently. Yeah. He's really, I don't know without offending, upsetting anyone. I just think he's really ramped everything up. He's got so professional lately. I noticed he had a massive group of people he was training with, and he's really reduced that down to like the top fighters. If there's a group of 20 or 30 fighters, he's reduced that to like the top 10, which is great for him.
Will you have a head trainer? Is there someone that you're really relying on to prepare you for this fight?
Yeah, my main coach I've got two coaches, G Oakes and Jake Oakes. Jake Oakes was the European K1 kickboxing champion at one point. He just won a world title in Muay Thai out in Thailand. So I'm in good hands. These guys have been, G Oakes has been in the fight game for 50 years now. He's done everything, absolutely every art or boxing or MMA or kickboxing, karate. He's done it all. So he's a man that knows how to hurt people. I'll put it that way.
I saw you recently with Johnny Fisher, the Rumford Bull. Will you be training more with him? There you guys are. Look at the size difference there. That's a heavyweight to your right there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Will you be training more with him and the crew there?
Hopefully, yeah. Johnny came up, what day are we today? Tuesday. He came up yesterday and we did 6 rounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, heavy rounds. That motherfucker can hit hard, and that was good, because I've sparred with Tommy 4 years ago, something like that, and he's come on out massively, like completely different fighter from then, but so have I, and it was just great to put that test against. I consider Johnny to be a top 10 in the world, if maybe top 15, but he's definitely right up there. So to go in and hang with a top 15 in the world heavyweight in boxing, it was a good feeling. I wasn't embarrassed, when we both went hard at each other. Don't get me wrong, he got the better of me, but that's what sparring is. It's about pushing each other really hard and helping each other out. He'd land some horrible shots and he'd be like, right, just keep that arm up a bit more, keep that guard up a bit better in this position, so, but he was, he's stopping to actually correct me, after he nearly broke my face, which was nice of him.
By the way, you mentioned Tommy there that you last sparred 4 years ago. Did you mean to say Johnny? I just want to make sure.
I did, mate. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure. Sorry. You've never trained with Tommy before, right?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. What do you make of Tommy? Some people like him, some people don't. He's a polarizing figure, I guess, to a degree, maybe not as much as his dad, but everyone has an opinion on him. What do you think of him?
I think Tommy's a lad. I've hung around with Tommy. He's a jack the lad. He can have those spitting sawdust conversations. He likes his dark humor. He's a good family man. Not the brightest spark, but he'll admit that. He's just a nice lad, and I think that takes you a long way in this world, and that's why he's done so well. He is just genuinely a nice youth. Good-looking bloke, huh? Yeah, man. That Love Island looks it's hurting some millions. So fair play to him. Hey, man, if I look like that, I don't think I'd be doing boxing. What do you think of the tagline on the poster? Beauty and the Beast. Did you like that? I quite liked it. Yeah, I thought it was very fitting. Very fitting. Yeah.
Look at that. And what about the Misfits guys? What do you make of them?
Well, I've yet to fight.
Sure,
for
but
and
so
with
far in the
Misfits.
process.
I mean, yeah, they've been good to me. They're no bullshit. They're dealing with one or two guys. They don't stick any big lawyers, and they're not trying to sneak anything in. They've been pretty easy to work with so far, and they're already talking about future fights, and so it's been pretty good. I'm excited. Maybe a good future with Misfits.
And so perhaps after this past year, not getting those fights, you feel like you've got some momentum now. You've referenced now a couple times some other fights waiting for you down the line. It seems like you've got a lot in the works as far as the fight game is concerned.
Yeah, I feel like it's all come to fruition. That I think like from here forward, barring injuries, touch wood,
Yeah.
Jesus. Barring injuries, I hope I can keep this momentum going now and have a fight every 3 or 4 months. Hopefully with Misfits, you never know what's around the corner.
We did speak to a somewhat terrifying young man named Zim Salmani. He really wants to fight you. You familiar with this guy? He had a bare knuckle fight a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, no. Have you got a picture you can show me?
Okay, we'll pull one up. He's the Albanian Psycho, former WWE guy.
Okay.
You're not familiar with him?
No, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, so these aren't the type of fights that you're looking for.
Well, this is the thing. I'm after the big names.
Yeah.
I don't know this guy. I'm sorry, and doesn't sound like an exciting fight to me. So I don't know. But yeah, look, if someone comes to me with a contract, big money, I'll have a bash at most people.
This is the young man, Zim Salmani, the Albanian Psycho. This look familiar? No?
I think I might have seen him on the WWE at some point, yeah.
Yeah, he had a bare knuckle fight a couple of weeks ago, and it was quite the affair. There he is with Conor McGregor at one of the bare knuckle fights. Would you do bare knuckle? Would you be interested in that?
Yeah, no, I this they're doing like is it a 20 million,
supposedly
25 million
yeah
tournament, right? So a little bit pissed off at that because I got in touch with someone high up in the bare knuckle FC, like showed I want real interest in this. Like that's good money, if you're walking away with 15 million at that end of that tournament, that's enough to entice me. So I was trying to put my name forward, and he's like, great, yeah, thanks for showing interest, I'll be back in touch. And then they went and put a fucking 260-pound weight limit on it.
Oh,
and I was like, how the fuck can you determine who the baddest man on the planet is if you're putting a 260-pound weight limit on a fight? I was like, fucking bastards. So, but I was well up for doing the bare knuckle. That was, I put my name forward for that.
That would be insane. I mean, your fists alone, those are clubs, those things.
I will say this, I have got big, like massive hands, big claws, yeah.
Yeah. We talked about Tom. I know you're friendly with Rico Verhoeven making the transition over to boxing. How do you think that's going to go for him in May?
I think Rico's going to surprise a lot of people. I think win, draw, or lose, he's going to shock the world. I mean, everyone's written him off.
Yeah.
I've had the privilege to spend quite a bit of time with Rico. I've trained with Rico. I've been to watch him fight, ringside. He has got to be, hand on heart, the most frightening person on the planet. And even like top fighters say that, like Tom Aspinall wouldn't fight Rico in kickboxing. That's how scary a human being he is. For Tom Aspinall to say, I wouldn't fuck with Rico. And I could see it in his face, like he genuinely meant it. I think Rico is the scariest man on the planet.
Wow.
Hands down. Hands down. If there's one man on the planet you wouldn't want to fight, it's Rico Verhoeven. He is a bad motherfucker.
Wow. Okay, what an endorsement. You think he has a chance? You think he could win this fight?
100%. There's, I honestly think that Rico is going to be a big problem. Big problem for Usyk. Rico, you got to think with the kickboxing, I think, what is it? 3 3-minute rounds or something?
Yep.
Yeah, and they are trained. So you got to think like that they don't do the 12-round bollocks. Like they are trained just to give 100% for those 3 minutes. And you watch the fight ringside, it is forward, offense. They do not take breaks. And I think that's going to be a real shock for Usyk because he ain't going to box him. Like Rico's not going to box him. He's just going to attack him. And boxers aren't used to that. They're used to throwing a few punches, getting out the way, relaxing, taking a breath, flinching. Whereas Rico's just going to walk in and just keep banging. I can guarantee it. And whether that's going to be a problem for Usyk or he's expecting that, I don't know. But they're in for a shock. I think Usyk's in for a shock. Rico's a dangerous bastard.
I can't wait for that. That's in May. Also, what about young Maximus, Beast Jr.? Your son, who's blowing up on YouTube, he's got his own channel, doing great things. There's the YouTube channel right there. Where do you want him to go? Do you want him to follow in your footsteps, strongman, go into fighting? What's the plan for young Maximus, who is how old? 13?
He's 13. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's 6 foot tall, just over 6 foot. He weighed him in about almost a month ago at 108 kilos, so it's like 235 pounds.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah, he's a big kid, and he can deadlift 180 kilo, so he's super strong. Like his shoulder pressing 40 kilo dumbbells each hand.
Wow.
Easy. Like, he's just a freak, like just an absolute freak. When you think about when I was a 13-year-old kid, he is like another 50% ahead of me from what I was.
Wow.
So he has got the tools, he's got the genetics, and he's got the capabilities. It's just if he wants it. You can never force that on a kid. You know, I've given him everything. He's got his full-time coach. He goes to the gym 4 times a week. He eats his steak and eggs every day. I'm giving him everything, and it's just down to him. He's got to have that want. You can't force that on anybody. You know, end of the day, he is a kid. I don't want to force anything on him. I don't want to put any pressure on him. If he comes to me one day and said, "Right, Dad, I want to be the world's strongest man," I'll be like, let's go get it, buddy. Let's anchor in, and I'll be there 100%.
Do you get the sense from him right now that he wants that?
It's 50-50. He does talk about it, and I've given him some good incentives. So yeah, it's just down to him. I think he might do it, but there's a part of me that thinks he just wants to blend into society. You know, he's seen the stresses and strains of what I've had to go through in life by becoming a world title holder, and it's taken a strain on all of us. So maybe he doesn't want that life. You know, it can be quite stressful.
Do you want that for him? If he says, "Dad, up to you, should I do this?" What do you say?
I would say go for it. You know, because I think it's a real shame for the male human body to not find out how strong you are. I think to have that privilege to be able to go out and train full time and eat as healthy as possible and learn from all the mistakes that I made and get to where he needs to be as quickly as possible. That's a real privilege. So I would say go for it, 100%.
Is he your oldest?
No, he's my second eldest.
Okay.
So I've got an older daughter. Yeah.
Okay, she's not doing any strong woman stuff.
No.
But he seems like he's well on his way, and it seems like he's got quite the following over there. It seems like people are really invested in his journey.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think having his own channel, he only puts a video up every few months. He's just nice and relaxed with it. But it's so relatable because, you know, teenagers want to go to the gym, but they can't. They literally can't go in the gym here till they're 16.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, it's a bit of like an anomaly for him to have his YouTube channel and be able to train in the gym and do what he does. So he's a bit of a special one. And it's cool. I think the other kids like love to look in on that, you know, maybe be a bit like, wow, I'd love to do that, which is great. And I think it'll make a lot of kids, you know, turn 16. They're like, right, I'm in the gym because I've seen Max do it, which is awesome to think.
Well, I do wish him the best. Before I let you go, I did want to ask you about Pat O'Dwyer, who you were close with, and I'm so sorry for your loss. I'll be honest, I wasn't too familiar before you shined a light on his story. This is a world that I'm not as entrenched in compared to the fighting world. Can you tell the audience out there who Pat was and why he was so special to you?
Oh, Pat O'Dwyer was a very good friend of mine in the strongman world. He competed at the World's Strongest Man. He was Ireland's strongest man, UK strongest man, you know, formidable strongman. But above all, he was just a good human being. You know, there'd be things happening online on the online world, and Pat would be the first one to reach out, and that's quite rare. You know, when you always say reach out to a friend when they're in need, Pa was that person. And I can hand on heart say there's probably less than 5 people in my life that did that. Pa was one of them. And he was that person. I know he was that person to so many other people as well. You know, there was thousands, and I mean there's thousands of people at his funeral and wake, like thousands came to see him. And it was a real testament to the man. He was a bigger than life character, a real decent human being, and sadly taken from us way too early.
I'm really, really sorry for your loss. There's the GoFundMe page. As you can see, a lot of money raised for his family, and that is awful stuff. But I know you spoke so highly of him, and he was close to you, so wanted to shine a bit of light on him. We'll end on a somewhat positive note. Your prediction for June 13th. How does it end against Tommy Fury?
I've got no other option to go in and try and knock Tommy out. You know, I can't. This cannot be a friendly spar. This cannot be, you know, just go in and tickle each other, because it'll just look so bad. And I want a future in this. I've got to go in and try and hurt Tommy. So I'm afraid Tommy is, in my opinion, is I'm going for the knockout. So that's going to be the outcome.
I can't wait for this. There you have it. Beauty versus the Beast. You know, we just spoke to Mighty Mouse, Demetrious Johnson, your old friend. I know you've been on his podcast before. He's one of the newest members of the UFC Hall of Fame. And so we went from a future UFC Hall of Famer, because it hasn't happened just yet, to, I believe, a Stoke-on-Trent Sporting Hall of Famer in Eddie Hall. How about that, right? That's a back-to-back.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. No, Demetrious is a cool guy. Man, some of his fights are legendary. That was it, the sidebar he did when he got it in the air?
Yeah, against Ray Borg.
Wow. Yeah, that was fucking insane. Yeah.
He's one of a kind, as are you, my friend. Congratulations on getting this done. Can't wait for it. Looking forward to it June 13th on DAZN, Misfits Boxing. Eddie Hall versus Tommy Fury. Never saw this one coming, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for the time. Really appreciate it, and good luck in training for it.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Thank you, Ariel.
There he is, the Beast, Eddie Hall. A real specimen. There's going to be well over 100-pound size difference between Eddie Hall and Tommy Fury. That's going to be fun. That's on June 13th. A string of fun events coming up really in the next 3 or so months. We went through some of it, maybe the next 4 or so months. It's going to be a fun summer. Looking forward to that one. That's the day before the White House card. Perhaps we go to that one instead, guys. I know Frank would rather do that, right? Yeah, it's okay.
What did you say?
No, I was just saying that you probably would rather go to that fight than the White House card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
That would have been a good time for that. I was thinking you were going to hit me with that one.
Get your own button for that one.
Yeah. Maybe I should have my own buttons here. Maybe
so you can switch it to members only and no one can hear it. Sounds like a plan.
Wow. Friends like these. Still to come, Terrence McKinney, who had an incredible win on Saturday at UFC Seattle. Johnny Eblen. Why was I going to say Sean Shelby? Johnny Eblen had an amazing win over Brian Battle on Saturday as well, PFL Pitttsburgh. And Vladyslav Heraskevych, the Ukrainian skeleton racer, who was DQ'd by the IOC at the 2026 Winter Olympic Games a month and a half or so ago, in studio to talk about his incredible story. But first, we shall talk to a man who picked up his very first UFC win this past Saturday. An incredible win, a first-round TKO win over Chase Hooper. He has been scratching and clawing his way to the UFC, a Bellator veteran who finally got an opportunity in December. Didn't go his way, but it certainly did go his way on Saturday. He is the one and only Lance Gibson Jr., who's kind enough to join us right here and now. Hello, Lance. How are you, my man? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Really great to have you on the program, and very happy for you. A great win, a great first UFC win for you. How does it feel? I know you've been waiting for this moment. You've been fighting for this moment. Like I said, scratching and clawing your way to the UFC. It's been a long time coming to finally get that first UFC win. How would you describe how it feels?
Oh, man, it's still kind of surreal. Like, it was everything I dreamt of. Like, I would visualize practically every night throughout the whole training camp the moment, and it came out better than I ever imagined, to be honest. And it's truly a blessing. So all glory to God. I'm still at a loss for words, for sure. I'm still like landing back on the ground and really rooting myself back down in BC. Yeah.
Is it hard to do that? Like, do you feel like it's hard to go back to normal life?
For sure. Cause like, I was like, what the heck do I do? You know, like I was wanting to go back to my schedule of like the heavy jiu-jitsu rounds, preparing for Chase. Like I was like, woke up ready to go today. And it's interesting because I need some time off to like decompress and like actually be here now, you know? So it's been surreal, to be honest.
I believe you started your amateur career, and correct me if I have the dates wrong, the years wrong, 2012, pro career 2017.
Yep.
So that's a long time coming. We're talking 14 years as a fighter there. And obviously I know you come from a fighting family. Your dad, Lance Gibson Sr., great Canadian, who was once in the UFC as well. Was there ever a point where you thought this would never happen, where this just wouldn't come your way?
Yeah, like after I got after kind of the whole transition of Bellator to PFL and that whole kind of thing where all the fighters got released, and during that kind of dead zone time was like, it was a deep, dark, cold valley for me for sure. And, navigating through it was not easy, but I have my team. I got Julia Budd, obviously former 4-time world champion, for Bellator, in my corner, and, my dad in my corner. And they were just like, stay true to your dream, man. Like, don't worry. It's a step-by-step process. And I stayed true to myself, and I stayed on the path. And take the opportunities. Like Dana said the other day, like, this game's about opportunities. I took my opportunity, didn't come with the W against Green, and then got back in there and got this done.
Yeah, and that was a short notice fight. And there's your father, Lance. There's Julia Budd, as you mentioned, veterans of the game. So you have a great team behind you. That's from your Bellator days. But that fight against King Green was on short notice. You had to take that one. And of course, no one would expect you to turn it down. This was your opening into the UFC. But was it hard to come to terms with the fact that, hey, you don't get a full training camp, you don't get to show everyone, the brass, the fans, who you are, what you're all about? And so between December and March, I'm sure that was on your mind, right? You can't lose 2 in a row in the UFC. You need to show them who you are. That added probably to the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe whenever a fighter's going through the trenches, there's ghosts, you could say, in your mind that want to pull you off track of what your vision actually is. And you got to really take a hold of what you really want in life and hone in, focus on that. I believe my biggest strength is my spirituality, to be honest. And that really helped navigate that, because there is a fear for sure that going 2 and out potentially, or losing 2 in a row, whatever. But you have to succeed that fear with the might of your truth, which is what you want, which is what you're trying to manifest. And I was manifesting ultimate victory, and it was better than I imagined.
So that's a rare one for me. When you say your strength is your spirituality, what do you mean by that?
I mean, what's inside me. It's not just, I believe in this sport, there's a lot of ego, and there's a lot of rah, rah, rah. Like I'm the toughest guy in the world. I've been a guy that always kind of keeps quiet, and I allow my inner being to speak rather than just talk and give you a bunch of stuff that's just fluff. I'd rather talk about something that's deeper, on a deeper level than just surface level. So I try to express myself from that spirit that's inside me. Are you a religious person? Not to specific religious sect. No, I take a lot from different religions because I believe it's all rooted in the same foundation, which is there is a holy creator, and that creator is amazing and wants to see their children do amazing things, and we're capable of that all. Do you meditate a lot? Yeah, absolutely. What does your routine look like? How long every day? What are you doing? I'm very unorthodox, to be honest. I do a weird type of meditation. I do walking meditation, and I kind of or I go in the water, and I visualize. I let the voice come to me. It comes to me more so than anything, and the visions come to me. It's crazy because, not to get too deep into it, obviously, but I'll spit the truth, which is during that dark time, that deep valley that I was talking about when I was released from Bellator and I was trying to get into the UFC. I was coming off a knockout loss and my only loss. And I remember it was like a freaking lightning strike. And it was me talking to Sean Shelby. And then it was a flash to me in a black and red uniform stepping out to the UFC octagon. And it was a flash. It was just like bang, bang, bang. And it was so clear that I could not, I couldn't lie to myself, to be honest. It was like, it was so real and it was so true. But there were so many steps that came before that I didn't anticipate, obviously. But I had to see the whole process through. And that was my fight with King Green. It wasn't like, that vision wasn't showing me that I was going to win. It was just saying, like, if you stay on this is a possibility. Do you want that? And you have to have that inner strength to actually persevere and go for what you want.
I love this, by the way. I love these types of chats. So I hope you don't mind me trying to dig a little bit deeper here. But when you say that you meditate while you walk, I don't hear that quite often as well. So are you closing your eyes and walking, or are you, like, what are you doing?
I live in a kind of rural area. It's in Roberts Creek, British Columbia. This is my house, but there's like forest all around. And I just kind of I walk my dogs actually. And I do my prayers. I give thanks for waking up every day. I give glory to the Most High. And I do my affirmations. A lot of people don't like affirmations. I do my affirmations because in the morning is one of the toughest times for every human being out there, because you ain't done nothing yet. And I think that other voice on the other shoulder, or that other voice inside you, that ego voice, will say you aren't crap, basically. And say, what have you done today? Nothing. Like, you're probably not going to do anything. You're probably just going to sit on the couch. You're lazy. It'll tell you so many different things. So you have to override that with the voice of the truth, which is the creator, and what you actually want in life. So when I walk, I do that. I walk my dogs. I connect with nature. My dogs are a part of nature. They're a part of me. I'm a part of nature. And this is an indigenous way, but you listen to the trees, you listen to the birds, because everything speaks to you if you're willing to tap into that frequency. I'm blessed enough to live in the forest and not necessarily in a city necessarily, where there's a lot of disruption to the frequency, but I stay tapped into that I try to stay tapped into it. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But I try to stay tapped into that frequency that is divine.
Given this mindset and this way of life, and you seem to be someone who is thoughtful and peaceful and respectful of others, do you ever struggle with what you do for a living, with hurting another person, with the violence that is attached to MMA?
I can't say... No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie.
Because I could see there being an interesting sort of internal battle there.
For sure. Absolutely. I believe I was brought on this earth for this reason, but I believe I was brought on this earth to be different. Subtle things like, this lightning bolt on my neck. I know it's something subtle, but it's a deeper story for me. Because in one of my visions, the Native American warrior, one of the best warriors in history, Crazy Horse, came to me. And it's going to sound crazy, but he was me. Or I was him. And he had a lightning bolt across his face, and I couldn't do that, obviously. That's a little bit excessive. But there's a Native American indigenous way of explaining it, but he's what's called a sacred clown and a thunder dreamer, which means basically you do everything backwards. And I've done everything backwards my entire freaking career. My entire life, I've done everything backwards. Like I said, I wanted to be a basketball player to get into and fight. I mean, play basketball in the Key Arena or the Climate Pledge Arena now. and my whole family is all basketball players, all football players. I played football. And I'd done MMA since I was 2 years old, and I never did I imagine MMA was going to be my career. And I guess the thing is I do things differently, and I operate differently, and that's what makes me me. And I believe that's what I'm here to express, and that's why I was brought here. And if you're not here for a purpose, you're not here for, like, if you're not here to actually do something with your life, what are you doing?
I couldn't agree more. Very well said and very succinct. Can I ask about beekeeping? I understand that you're into that as well. Why are you so into it? What do you enjoy about it? How long have you been doing it for?
So I started in 2020. Obviously, when everybody started weird stuff, like everybody started like making sourdough. I tried that too. I did pretty good. Then I killed my sourdough. But yeah, I beekeep. I started then. It's freaking really tough because you're a keeper of the bees. You don't own bees. Like at any point in time, you can go out and half your hive's gone. They're in a swarm in a tree, like 40 feet up, and it's like a lot of intention that you have to put into it. And it's very rewarding. Like, I think there's how a lot of people are like, this is going to be something backwards, take money as currency, right? Mm-hmm. And there was a point in time where money, physical dollars weren't necessarily currency. And there was trade with like products like coffee or honey and when you take out a frame of honey from a beehive, from your hive, your colony, I can't even express the amount of like, it's like gold. Like I can't even explain the feeling when you have it in your hand. You're like, you feel so rich. And I believe that's true richness. And it's not that it's mine. They give me just their surplus, I don't take all their honey. I leave them with most of the honey. And then I take a little bit because I'm the keeper of the bees. I'm not the owner of the bees. And, yeah, I can't even explain it. I'll have to show you one day, Ariel, but, it's when you hold it in your hand, it's like one of these frames, you've seen it on the pictures there, but one of those frames is like, it could be 10 to 20 pounds and it doesn't look like it is, but it's so heavy. And, depending on the box size, but 6 to 20 pounds, but, the like wealth that you feel is otherworldly. It's not, I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely this worldly because it's a part of earth and nature, but it's like, it feels like you're holding diamonds. That's the only way I could explain it.
Wow. Do you sell the honey? What do you do with it?
I'm definitely not for profit kind of guy, but, when I have surplus and it's a fantastic year and the bees are going crazy, I sell some for sure. I kind of sell it to like people that I like, because it's not a unlimited resource. Nothing on this planet is unlimited, obviously. As you can see, that's why wars are started. But yeah, I feed it to my dogs. I eat it every day. It gives me a different amount of energy because I believe it's connected to all the flowers and the plants that are in my vicinity within a 3 to 5 mile radius. That's what they forage on. And I believe it heals me in a different way on a deeper level beyond like just health.
You also do gardening, foraging, hunting. So you're very much in tune. All of this is on your property there?
Yeah.
Incredible.
This is Julia Budd's family owns 5 acres, and Jim Budd, Debbie Melia, her parents own 5 acres, and we've kind of like plopped little kind of a compound here, and I do a lot of the like beekeeping. Well, Julia helps me as well, but we do it together, but I do a lot of gardening and beekeeping, foraging. Me and my dad fish in the Georgia Strait just out here. So yeah, we salmon fish as well. And one of our motors are busted right now, so we haven't been out for a while, but I got a bonus, I think. Hasn't got here yet, but
yeah, finish
I got
bonus.
a bonus.
Yes.
I think I got a finished bonus. I think I got one, but I think I need to buy a new motor. So yeah, so I can get back out in the water. I miss fishing, and I miss eating my own protein that I am able to catch.
I appreciate the love that you have for the bees, by the way, because I have a deep fear of bees. When I was a kid, my mom told my brother and I, hey, let's go outside and blow some bubbles. I was probably 8 or 9 years old. We didn't realize that there was a beehive right above us, so we started blowing bubbles, and they all attacked us, and I got stung by about like 12 at the same time, and it was an absolute nightmare. And so since then, it's been hard to overcome that because I'll never forget them. You know, it was like that movie My Girl. I don't know if you ever saw that movie where they swarm Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
They killed him on that day, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sorry, not to laugh.
No, but they didn't kill me. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's amazing to see. I've also seen David Beckham speak so highly of bees in his documentary series. So I love the love that you have for them and the affection that you have and what they do for you. It's amazing to see someone so in tune with nature and derive this pleasure from it. So well done to you. By the way, I noticed that you had a black eye there. Where did that come from?
I'm still trying to figure it out. Me and my manager believe that I may have gotten hit by the ref. I'm not 100% certain.
Oh. I thought it was from one of the bees because I didn't see you getting hit much in the fight.
No. It was really weird. Like, yeah, it was really weird. Like in that last finishing kind of sequence, I landed the knees. He fell. There was like a slight, almost up kick. I'm going in to about to finish the fight. Obviously, there was a slight up kick, but it hits the other side. And then I stand up and I have this huge lump on my eye, and I'm like, what the heck? And I'm like going over to Julie and my dad in the corner. I'm like, what's wrong with my eye? Like, what the heck happened? And that ref was like, he was on it. Like, obviously, yeah, he like, I've never been tackled so hard in my life, even in football.
It's amazing. Well, it's it's something when the most damage inflicted on you comes from the referee. Chase is a great guy, and I know he's somewhat of a favorite over there. You know, hailing from the state of Washington, and you received some of the boos, and you reminded everyone that you've got roots there as well. What was it like, kind of being the bad guy in a place that means so much to you, Seattle?
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all. You know, I was just like, this is what I love to do. Like, this is what I was born to do. Like, I mentioned before, like, I was 2 years old when I first started. I was months old in my car seat when my dad was training at AMC in Kirkland, Washington, where Demetrious is, you know, what's also interesting is, sorry, not to like fully change the subject.
No, go ahead.
Trying to do that. But what's interesting is that even my finish is very, it's also a part of a full circle moment, kind of, because one, my dad finished with a knee in his fight in the UFC at UFC 24 when he fought Jermaine Andre. But AMC's style has always been clinch fighting. You see Demetrious, he's like always talking about nobody uses the clinch, using elbows, using knees. And this has been something I've done since I was a little kid. I was months old when my dad was sparring Chemo for the very first time, his very first time ever doing mixed martial arts. He came in and sparred Chemo, and for like 8 rounds or something like that. And he broke his collarbone, and Chemo was like 100 pounds heavier than him or something like that. But he broke his collarbone, and he was like, I think I can do this sport. That was how he actually started.
Wow.
And he was training with Josh Barnett. He was training with all the guys that were at AMC. I think Maurice Smith and whoever else, and Matt Hume. And Haru, the Muay Thai coach. And so I believe I made my dad really proud in that sense, because I utilized the clinch. But going back to your question about being from Seattle and everything like that, I got so much respect for Chase. I have seen Chase in the back change room before fight, a couple of my regional fights. And yeah, I got a lot of respect for him. The guy's super dangerous. And that's not to minimize, like, just because I got a quick finish, that's not to minimize how dangerous that fight was. And I think that's what people could kind of do when you get a quick finish. It's not just that I just like that easily could have gone the other way. Like, it not easily could have gone the other way. I prepared so well for it, but he's so tricky. In every single fight he's fought, he's fought legends like Jim Miller, Clay Guida. He's tapped out lots of guys. He's super dangerous. But in that moment, I was just so centered, and I was so prepared. Like, I've done so many rounds. Like, my training partner, Lucas Wilhan, he's probably one of the best grapplers in Canada. And I think he should be on UFC BJJ, to be honest. We're working on trying to get him there, but he gave me so many simulated rounds preparing for this fight. It was like I was grappling Chase all day, every day that I was on the mats, but a better one. Like, his leg locks, his entanglements, everything that he did, he's incredible. And he really gave me the confidence to just be prepared for wherever the fight goes. And not just in a jiu-jitsu way. He helped me, actually, like, he allowed me to actually throw punches and stuff. So it helped really prepare me. And he's trained out in TriStar and stuff back in the day, and he lives in Vancouver now. So that really helped prepare me, and helped me stay centered throughout all the booze.
I love the connection to AMC. Were you aware that DJ was in attendance and Maurice Smith?
I've seen Maurice lots, but Demetrious, I haven't got to fully kick it with Demetrious. Obviously, I'd love to train with the guy. But I've trained with him before, back when I was 17. My dad called Matt Hume. He was like, "Hey, my son's going to be in town." So I got to spar him back when I was 17 years old, or 18. I was 18. It was kind of after my amateur fights, and I got to spar with him. He pushed me super hard. Obviously, he's incredible. He was moving all around me, and he was working me, to be honest. And I was just honored to be on the mats with him and feel his style, because it allows me to take pieces from it. But that was awesome. And then later on, I had an amateur title fight, and he was in attendance. It was actually at Tulalip Casino, which is down the way in Seattle. And he was in attendance, and he actually said after the fights, "You guys don't even know how special this is. Some of these fighters that are in here are going to eventually be in the UFC, and you're going to look back on this day, and this is going to be a huge deal." And here we are. I have a picture of him with him back then, and I was I looked like a baby at the time. But yeah, he's awesome. He's always awesome. He used to message me all the time. Even before that amateur fight, he gave me probably one of the most important lessons of my life, which was fighters tend to put importance on different fights. So this is where I feel like I can go to the UFC and I know I belong, because I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody, because I am who I am. He said to me before it was a title defense. And I was like, "What do you do? How do you prepare for this? What do you think? What's your mindset?" And he's like, "It's a fight just like every other fight. Do you want to win? Okay, well, go out there and fight like any other fight. Don't put any action. That belt's just another thing. It's an object. It's just another thing. But go out and fight your heart out like you always do." And I was like, "Holy crap." So now I can go into a moment like that, where it's one of the biggest moments of my entire career. I've had big moments in Bellator. I've had huge arenas in Bellator as well. But I could go out there and rock it without being nervous.
To be, I think, unofficially one of 3 father-son duos to compete in the UFC, Elijah Smith, Gilbert Smith, Randy Couture, Ryan Couture, Lance Sr., Lance Jr. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's awesome. It's what I dreamt of, to be honest. Especially during that time, when that downtime after I was released from Bellator, I was like, this is time to make history. You know, it's not it's time to make history. And we did on Saturday night with me getting that finish where I think they said it was like the only father and son to get a win in the UFC. So we made history just as is with that. And if I kind of, to go back to the spirituality, if you stay tapped into the frequency of life, there's these things called synchronicities where everything kind of lines up, and you could say it doesn't really make sense. I don't know why everything's lining up. Well, because it's supposed to line up. And 26 years later, like my dad fought March. I'm terrible with dates. I think March 2000 when he fought Jermaine Andre and landed the knockout knee. This is March 28th, 2026. And I finished with the knee. My dad fought in Hawaii at Blaisdell Arena for his pro debut against Peter Matatui in a super brawl back long time in Hawaii. And like 23 years later, almost to the day, I fought there. And it was just like, what the heck? Like, how does this make any sense? And then when I fought King Green and I was signed to the UFC, it was like 27 years almost to the day of like his fight at UFC 29. It's like, I stopped questioning it anymore because I think that's the divine speaking to you.
Well,
that's me fighting. And sorry, my bad.
No, please keep going.
That's me fighting in Climate Pledge Arena.
Yeah.
And being that little kid sitting outside there at the water fountain in between the Space Needle that I've still never gone up on. Even I don't know why I haven't gone up there, but sitting between that Space Needle and the arena and imagining I was going to be a basketball player, but dreaming, while everybody else is like playing in the fountain and in the water, I'm that kid that's different. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like looking at this place and I'm like using my imagination. And I think as we get older, as humans get older, life and society kills your imagination and tells you have to be one way. And I didn't let anybody, I was blessed to have good people around me, a fantastic mother that always bred consciousness into me, a fantastic father that's who my dad is, a warrior, strong, smart, intelligent, great businessman. But I had such a good balance that I was able to like keep my imagination and not let anybody kill my dreams. And using that imagination is our power, even as adults. It's dreaming, and that's how we make things happen.
Man, what a pleasure this has been, truly. I know it took you a while to get to the UFC. I'm sorry it took you a while to get on this program. I do want to thank your manager, Danny, for pitching you and advocating for you. And it's great to have another Canadian doing well in the UFC, and your story is an amazing one. So much respect to you, much love. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished this weekend with the relationship with your father and the journey that you guys have had together in this amazing sport. And now I know a lot of people are really invested in seeing how you do here in the UFC, where you have belonged for quite some timeline. So again, congrats and tremendous stuff here on the program. Thanks for opening up your soul and heart to us. It was great to learn more about you.
Thank you. Do you mind if I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So I got a teammate named Julia Budd. She had unfortunate circumstances where she wasn't allowed to fight, and a couple years ago. And I'm not going to get into the details on that, but she was a former four-time world champion, obviously, which I've always wanted to get her on the show, but I never had the connections because I didn't known at the time. But she's in a really interesting scenario. She potentially has a fight lined up, potentially. But if you know anything about the featherweight division for women, they say it's dead. I think they're some of the toughest women out there. And she's one of the toughest women out there, and she really wants to fight still. And there's not many opportunities for women's featherweight fighters. And I think there's a potential rematch for her coming up, but that would be exciting. But the only place is like MVP, PFL pretty much. But there's kind of like a really interesting scenario where there's actually a lot of great talent if you actually look for them. Like, I could name a lot of names, but I'm sure if you just look at the featherweight fighters that have fought kind of fairly recently within the last 2 years, even, there's a lot of talent out there, but there's nowhere for them to go. There's nowhere for them to fight. And it just kind of like baffles me, because it's like, it's a fantastic weight class with a lot of fighters, and they have nowhere to go. And Julia's like, well, one, she's one of my, she warms me up before my fights, and she's fantastic at mimicking all my opponents. She's like a expert at it, but she wants to fight still, and there's no opportunities. I've seen MVP has the legends coming back, like the OGs of women's MMA, like Gina Carano started off was it Strikeforce,
Elite XC,
and Elite XC, and like but like that made like women's MMA kind of like important. Like her fight with Cyborg was like huge, and I remember being a kid watching it, and I was like, holy crap, these girls, like, this is on, and then Rousey, like, but that was 145 pounds at that time. The OGs were 145 pounds. Then there came bantamweight and then all the other weight classes, and it kind of like they got pushed under the rug and kind of like put on the back burner. But that's the OG division. And basically what I'm saying is we need to somehow get Julia a fight of some sort. Like we had a potential we wanted a huge fight in MVP with her and another legend, but that didn't happen. But I mean, she's fought both Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey before. Ronda Rousey, obviously we didn't get the win, and that was early in her career, but she fought Gina Carano in kickboxing, and that was a fantastic fight. But we're not asking for one of them, but somebody,
I feel you.
Would be awesome.
And I appreciate you.
That's a statement. That's not a question. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I appreciate you advocating for her. I know her very well. Been watching her for a very long time. A veteran of the game, one of the pioneers of that particular weight class. So I appreciate you taking some time to shine a light on her, and hopefully that does come to fruition, and hopefully there are many more opportunities for the women featherweights out there. Lance, thank you so much, man. Really, really appreciate it. Congratulations again, and all the best. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you very soon again.
Thanks, Ariel. Thank you.
There he is, Lance Gibson Jr., picking up his very first UFC win in his second UFC fight this past Saturday in a city that means a lot to him, Seattle, Washington, the Climate Pledge Arena. Let me put this little bad boy on. Still to come, another guy who was victorious this past Saturday, Terrence McKinney. Also, Johnny Eblen, who was victorious on Saturday at PFL Pitttsburgh. Oh, yeah, I can hear you just fine. All right. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by our next guest in studio. Been working on this for quite some time. I was obviously at the Olympic Games in Livigno. It was the Milano Cortina Games back in February, and there was a stretch there, 2 to 3 days, where the biggest story centered around a Ukrainian skeleton racer named Vladyslav Heraskevych. He was the center of a controversial decision by the IOC to ultimately ban him from competing at the games, to DQ him from the games before he ever got a chance to compete. 3-time Olympian, by the way, because he wanted to wear a helmet that had photos of Ukrainian athletes who died in the Ukraine-Russia war. There's the photo right there. There's the helmet. And that is Vladyslav. It was a massive, massive story. I was doing work for CBC. I said that I thought the IOC got it wrong. And that kind of, blew up in a sense. And a lot of very famous Ukrainian athletes like the Klitschko brothers, like Alexander Usyk, spoke up on his behalf. He got to meet President Zelensky, and I'm sure his life changed dramatically. He's in New York. He's kind enough to join us. Let's say hello to Vladyslav, who is here right now to talk about it all. There he is. Hello, my friend. How are you? Good. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Let's bring it in. Thank you so much for coming in, and please have a seat. It's a great pleasure. Oh, is this it?
Yeah.
This is the famous helmet. Wow, wow, wow. I have chills.
Yeah.
And wow. Can I see it?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. This gives me chills. This is the world famous helmet that you so proudly represented at the games. Please have a seat. Thank you so much for bringing this. I really do appreciate it. It's an honor. I'm going to leave it right here if that's okay. Is that okay, Andy, right here? Okay, amazing. So great to meet you, my friend. We've been talking about this for a while now, so it's a real pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. It's a great pleasure, and it's a really nice room. You had a lot of great things here.
Thank you. What brings you to New York, by the way?
Oh, a lot of things. So first of all, I was invited to Change the World event. It was held up in United Nations headquarters, and it was with students, and we had a couple of amazing legends from Italian sports, football players, and we had a great panel discussion with the students about sports, about values of sports, of course about our situation with the helmet, and how sport could be useful in this time of full-scale war in Ukraine. And basically, a lot of amazing meetings. So yesterday, by the way, we had the chance to meet Ben Stiller.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. And you were wearing traditional Ukrainian outfit or no?
He received some gift from me.
This is it right here, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, looks really fancy. So.
Yes. Where was this?
So we were on a set, so they're now filming new TV series.
Okay.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
But it was interesting experience, to witness how he's doing his job and how magic happens.
Incredible. And so I can't even imagine what your life has been like, because obviously I was at the Olympic Games and I was following your story very closely, and everything kind of exploded. Can you even describe what the past 2 months, maybe even less than 2 months, right? Because it was a little bit mid-February. What has life been like for you? Can you put it into words ever since this happened?
A lot of things happened. So first of all, after Olympics, we came to Munich security conference. A lot of meetings. Now we had amazing projects with our foundation. So I had my charity foundation since 2022, non-profit, and we are trying to support our country, and now with this attention, we had some new opportunities, and we try to support educational projects, try to support sports. We already gave one generator, huge generator. If you follow our story, and you remember, this day of disqualification, also we asked IOC to support us with generators. Because now, because of war, we had a lot of blackouts, and it's really hard to keep going with the sport, some basic needs. Yeah, so you don't have electricity, you can't do trainings, and we gave one already generator. It's this price around 20,000, just to one sports center in Cherkasy. It's one of the amazing cities, which is, by the way, really looks familiar, with how streets are positioned as a New York, it's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have this,
like a grid.
Yeah, a grid. But they received this generator, and now they can keep going with the sport. I posted about it a little bit in my social media, events. So now I'm in New York. I was in United Nations headquarters.
Incredible.
And we 1.5 months after, and basically a lot of things happened, and a lot of great meetings, I try also to do some trainings.
Of course.
Try to arrange some trainings with our UFC fighter right now.
Yes. And we'll get into all of that in a moment, but I actually want to go to the beginning of this particular story so my audience understands. You're a 3-time Olympian, right? You were in the 2018 games, 2022, and then obviously 2026. 2022 games is right as the war is about to begin. And I recall that you had held up a sign about, what was the exact message on the sign about the peace? No war.
No war in Ukraine. And for me, back then it was very important sign that it was already some news about that full-scale war coming to Ukraine, and for me it was important to show that we don't want to have this war. We are normal people, and we want to, enjoy our lives, and we don't want to have full-scale war in our country. Basically.
You didn't get in trouble for that?
No.
No issues?
No.
Was that before you competed or after you competed?
In time of competition.
Okay.
It was in time of competition after my third run, I believe.
And IOC didn't do anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you qualify 2026 games. At what point do you decide that this is the helmet that you want to wear?
To be honest, it's not the first time when I try to honor my fellow athlete and fellow friend, and I did it already when I put quote of one of the athletes on my sled. But the idea of this helmet came up to me 3 weeks before games, and some people from this helmet I knew personally, they were my teammates.
Wow.
And some people were supported me since my beginning of my skeleton career. And I just want to honor them and also to get them with me on the Olympics, yeah, so that we can compete together. Because for some of these people, they were also like representatives of Olympic sports, and I believe they also, in some point of life, they dreamed about Olympic Games. And for me, it was just important gesture to honor them, and also, of course, to support their families, because it's another story what families go through this difficult time. And yeah, we had this idea, and it was painted in Kyiv, also under blackouts, under candles.
Who made the helmet?
It was a painter, Irina Prots, amazing woman. Again, like it was.
This is her, right?
Yep. So it was blackouts. It was no light. It was no electricity, like at all. It was very cold, and like she just put candles, and in 2 days she painted this.
Wow, unbelievable. When you're making this and it's coming to fruition, is there a thought in the back of your mind that it would lead to issues for you, that the IOC would get upset and try to do something about it?
To be honest, no, because I remember amazing stories when people honored their family members at the Olympics. I remember Matthias Steiner, like a famous German weightlifter. He celebrated his medal with picture of his passed away wife, and it's amazing moments. And I know that it happened before. It happened last Olympics, this Olympics. So yeah, I never could imagine that I will face disqualification because of this helmet. Because to be honest, like if you watch precise, like it's no national symbols here, and nothing. It's no call to action. So it's just honoring of people. And one thing what connects them all on these pictures is it's sport. It's first thing what comes to mind. And of course, I could never imagine that IOC organization who is about like possession as a peaceful movement will disqualify me for this helmet.
And could you tell us about the process? Obviously, this is a world that I'm not as familiar with. So like when you are an athlete who qualifies for the Olympic Games, do you have to submit what you will be competing in, what you will wear to the IOC in order for them to sign off on it and say, okay, this is good to go? How does that work?
To be honest, we don't have this procedure last Olympics or before last Olympics.
Okay.
So again, for me, it was third Olympic Games, and I never like sent them my helmet. I know that model of helmet is allowed to use, so it's no problem with that. Because this model of helmet and this particular helmet, I competed with him like whole season, and we just changed a paint on it. Basically, I read the rules, and it's also a very weak wording in the rules, and it's nothing about honoring or something like that. So like you can do it. So basically, yeah, you never like show them like, and they, if they want, of course, judges can take it and they can investigate it. But also they never did it like in this precise way. I had official documents that it's allowed to use technically, and that's it. So was never a question about like if it's allowed technically or not.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so you get to Cortina, that's where the skeleton was taking place. When do you start to catch wind that this might be an issue? When does that come your way?
I think it was 9th or 10th February, so a few days before Olympic competition started. To be honest, I was surprised because I had my second unofficial training on the track, so I was already doing some runs in this helmet, and it was no attention on it. So like
no one said anything.
No, like it was some media guys, like your colleagues. I going through by them, like they asking me some questions about like what's going on. I held up this helmet in my hands, nobody asking any question.
Wow.
So people don't care about it. And I would say it's became a big thing when IOC puts this attention and say like you can't use it, and it became a scandal. And then because their position was really wavy, like they say one day one rule, another day another rule, all these spokesman quotes about conflicts and about all of that. You remember that pretty clearly, like this famous part. But in famous part that it was, it was not bothering anyone before they made it a scandal.
And so who's the one that tells you ultimately, hey, because before you said you were going to show up to the training with it, and you did, and then they say you cannot compete in this. Yeah. Who's the one that is dictating this to you? Who's telling you this?
Yeah, it was Coventry. So basically it was last conversation before my disqualification with Mrs. Coventry, head of International Olympic Committee.
The head of the IOC?
Yeah, head of IOC.
She's speaking directly to you?
Yeah, she came to the track, like she was in Cortina, we had this conversation, it was very weird, so in some point she was shaking.
She was emotional, right?
I would say so, but again, like I received this disqualification. Nobody even watched the helmet at that day of the competition. Then she had this like interview when she started crying.
Yeah.
But again, like when we were getting ready for a CAS case, like this fast court case, then we understand that this decision was already made it up like in 2 days ago. Yeah, so like we had this letter that I would disqualify. It was done not after our conversation with her. So
Wow.
it was done much earlier, and so it feels like it was a pretty fake tears, which is of course like really sad, because again, like when we talk about Olympics, and for me Olympics is a very special place, and it's a place where we were united. When we talk about Olympic values and about all of this, I would say high, like great things, it was really, when we had this cast court, and it was really hard to see that, basically they suspend me before I even do anything.
What was her reasoning that she gave to you? What did she say ultimately was the reason why she did not want to allow you to use this?
If we miss like and we skip all this like details part and law part, it's came to interpretation of word expression. So they had expression guidelines. It's rule 40.2 in IOC, and expression is not allowed on a field of play, an award ceremony, an opening and closing ceremony. So basically they suspend me not because of this expression, but because of intention to do expression. And they also verify this helmet as an expression. But let's say helmet with a venom of US athlete is not expression for them. Basically, like it's just personal interpretation of the word expression. If we also can go further, so let's say they don't like your smile, so basically it's also expression. So probably they can also disqualify you because they don't like you. And I think that's what happened with our situation. So it's basically, it's no strong legal basic for the decision. It's just discriminational decision, in my opinion. And it's just interpretation of word expression. And it's like, it's not normal. Of course, in that case, in that scenario, we should watch and see what other athletes did already. We should see like US athlete, Naumov, figure skater. He is able to show pictures of his parents. It's fine, so it's not expression. It's okay to honor your family members. We have another skier from Canada. She is able to show and sign to honor her colleague from skiing. So it's also okay to honor your fellow athlete. But this helmet is not allowed. So,
You think the difference is that they died in a war?
It's a good question, but you never can say that they died in a war. From this helmet. So it's not written in a helmet.
No, of course.
So we should...
I think it's absurd. And I said that in my video. And one of the many reasons why I thought it was absurd is because Russia is banned from the Olympic Games. So the IOC has already told us how they feel about this war. These are innocent victims who died in the war, who wanted nothing to do with the war. And I know there are some who maybe served as well, but they had to serve in honor of their country. To me, you were just paying homage to them. You were just trying to bring them to the Olympic Games. I thought it was such a mistake on their part. And I know that they offered for you to wear the black armband, and ultimately you declined that offer. Why did you decline that?
No, because it's again like it's double standards. It was not they're not proposing this band to US athlete. They don't propose this band to Canadian athlete. Why I was proposed like. At some point it feels that we are guilty that we are dying, and as a country, like that we are being attacked, and it's kind of, I don't understand why we are guilty in that. So we are not attacking everyone, like we are defending our country, and these people defending their country, and like here, like it's many kids, so they were died under shellings, and basically like what they're guilty of, like why we shouldn't show them? It's a huge tragedy, and I believe everybody agree with that. So. It's a huge tragedy, like that's it. And we should honor like and remember them, because at some point they were part of sports community. They were part of Olympic family. Some of them, we have like boxer, Galinichev, he was medalist from Olympic Games. So why it's not allowed? I was never explained why particularly like it's not allowed. What is wrong with this helmet? So it never was...
They never gave you that explanation.
No, they say it's expression. But I mean, like it's expression. Expression is everything. Like it's a pretty weak wording, and band. I think it's if everyone using the bands, I understand it. But if some athletes able to do like proper gestures, and IOC support it, why they doesn't want to give me this opportunity and to make a gesture. And again, like most important thing, this helmet was not bothering everyone on a field of play, on everyone. We don't have any request to remove it from athletes, from teams, so like it was totally fine. So it was just like step from IFC to do it. And I think it's totally wrong.
The juxtaposition of at the same time that American skeleton racer wearing the Venom helmet, that going viral, people loving it, and basically the IOC saying we're okay with capitalism, we're okay with, you know, a Marvel character or a comic book character being depicted, but we're not okay with innocent victims being depicted. I mean, it's just so backwards. It was amazing to watch it unfold and them making the wrong decision every step of the way. I'm curious, at any point, did you have a moment where you were like, this is the Olympics, this is my third time, I want to represent my country, I want to succeed, you've been working so hard, maybe I should stand down? Was anyone trying to tell you, hey, you've proved your point, you've put it out there, you've shined a light on these innocent people, maybe now I should just wear something more traditional? Did you ever consider that?
To be honest, like it was really like feeling that it's my Olympics, like, and I was really fast on the training days. I think we came all this way like when we started skeleton in Ukraine. So I'm the first athlete who started in the Ukraine. So we went a really huge way to be in this position. And I was very fast in this training week. And basically like our goal was to be in a medal fight. And I think we could be there, like we could win a medal. But at the same time, we shouldn't be okay with violation of our rights. And I believe I did the right thing, so I should stand and I should defend my rights. I should defend honor of these athletes. And when firstly like this helmet was appearing on a TV, like on the news, it was such a great support for the families. And I think I couldn't forgive myself if I say, okay, I'm not using it, I'm betraying these athletes, I will not use it. Like, it's again like, I would feel very guilty, like in terms of like these families, and in terms of memory of these people. It's not right. Again, like if I had proper explanation why it's rule violation, then it's another story, because we are not barbarians. We are like try to follow the rules, and we are following all the rules. But if they cannot give us any explanation, then I should wear it, and like it should be okay. We had a lot of like proposals, like yeah, you should do it, like you shouldn't betray like Olympics and I mean like competition itself. So you should go, you should compete. But again, for me, I think it's this thing, and it's much more important than medal and than competition itself. When we talk about sport, we always talk about like competition performance, but of course it makes a lot of bigger impact, much bigger impact out of sports and out of performance. And I think it's this thing is much more important, and especially in this time when we have this like huge tragedy in Ukraine, and we should honoring these people. We shouldn't forget them. We shouldn't be erased, and it's important.
While this was transpiring, did you hear from any of the family members of these victims and how it made them feel that you were trying to honor them?
I received like just yesterday like a message from a mom of a boxer who I told you, like Maxim Galenichev, and she was like asking like when we can meet, just to say thank you for honoring our son, because for them it's a huge tragedy. I get a message from Ivan Kononenko's sister, and she literally wrote me like it was so touching, like, and she was telling that when her brother he was missing a long time, and then they found out that he's died. So their parents were like literally like, you know, losing life force, like, and they were like just don't want to do anything with life and all of that. And when they saw like Ivan in a helmet, it gave them like some new life force. So basically they came back to life again because of that. And it's comments from families. So like it's not I'm just, you know, creating it now. Like it's a real comments, and I think it's a huge impact. And if we throw away like all the attention and all of that what's going on now, if I just had these comments after this I would say scandal, I will be satisfied, because it makes so huge impact on them. It supports them so much. I think it's a great opportunity to support these families.
I couldn't agree more. I think you have done a greater impact than any race could have had on anyone. And so a silly question, I feel like I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you have any regrets?
No. Never. Like, I think in from the day one, like when we already had like beginning of this scandal, I never regretted.
You wouldn't do anything differently?
No. I think I was right. And to be honest, our goal like is we will proceed with court cases, and our goal to prove that we were right. We were able, and we should wear this helmet at the competition day, and to wear this helmet on the next Olympics and win a medal for Ukraine.
So in the immediate aftermath, you did appeal the decision.
Yep.
Did you have any hope that common sense would prevail? How was that process?
Process like court case itself, it was a mockery.
Okay.
Because again, like I was suspended because of intention to violate the rules, so it was no real violation committed. Like even if we had some rule violation in this helmet, but no violation was committed. I was also, it was very fun, like discussion, because they say about intention, I say, okay, I watched some press conferences of Usyk and Fury fight, and Fury told them a lot of time in media that he will knock out Usyk. It never happened, but he had intention. What we should do now?
You referenced that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But I mean, like it was a mockery on the court. But it's important to understand system. Like IOC is like main donor of like for CAS. It's basically own court of IOC.
Okay.
And of course, we didn't expect that it will be like something huge. In some, I think when we had this court case in this day, I was hoping that like common sense will prevail, but it never happened. But further, we will go to Human Rights Court, and I think it will be more sensible, not sensible.
Yeah, sensible.
Yeah, sensible.
So you're pursuing that now?
Yeah, we are in the process. So like it's, I think we are close to appeal already.
Wow. And who's backing you? Who's taking this case for you?
No, we have amazing German lawyer who is already like into the system. I would say he already did a lot of court cases against IOC, against an International Paralympic Committee, and we are working with him right now.
And what's the process there? Like how long would it take typically for something like this to play out, for you to get some kind of resolution?
It's hard to say, like
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer, but hopefully we will be like able to do it till next year.
Okay. I also saw right after, like a day or so later, you left the games, right? And by the way, just curious, in the midst of all of this, did you receive any hate? Did you receive messages from people who were threatening you where you felt uncomfortable?
At this point, I think, yes, we're receiving some hate and a lot of Russian account, basically, because, again, like this scandal and all this situation brings a lot of attention to Ukraine.
Yeah.
And of course, in time of today, like when we have full-scale war, I think it plays against like Russian propaganda, and of course they're pretty mad. I was receiving. I was also. It was fun part. They also make some TV studios in Russia, like these propagandist channels about me and about like how.
Wow.
Yeah. It was
saying what?
That I'm not a good athlete, and it was a mock, like it was all planned or something like that. So like some things like that.
Okay.
But that's usually what Russian propaganda does, like in times of like when you have some attention to Ukraine. But of course, like it was much more support. And I remember this day when we left from the Olympics and we go to Munich conference. We just stopping by on a petrol station, random petrol station on the street. And my dad going out to put to put a petrol in car, and somebody recognized him and saying, "Oh, it was so unfair towards your son."
Wow.
So it makes a huge impact, and I think it was amazing, like to see like this support around this scandal and support from people all around the world, and it was from all over the world, and it basically was huge, and it was it was very important for me, and I think for my country too.
Yeah, and just a day or so later, you met President Zelensky.
Yep.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
What was that like?
No, it was a great experience, and I'm really glad to spoke with him. And we already found some common ground in a sport perspective what we can do, because again, like sport it's a huge media platform, and I think you understand it much better than anyone else that. We had so many people who is watching us, and it's important to keep this out of war propaganda. It's important to keep it, and we already see like a lot of things, how Russia using this sport platform to spread propaganda, to increase like their war engagement. And they have like some insane things in Russia. Let's say, I don't know if you know about Youth Army organization. So it's basically organization who works with kids and they doing propaganda of war through the kids. They making some exhibitions, World War II fights or some things like that. And it's like young generation, 10 years old, 12 years old. And Russian athletes from gymnastics, he's like Nagorny, if you heard this family name. So he's Olympic champion in gymnastics, and he's like a head of this organization. He's main ambassador. So sport is really tightly connected to these organizations. Also, a lot of sporting organizations in Russia also responsible for abducting Ukrainian kids from east of Ukraine. So basically, like for us, it's important to also put some sanctions on these people, to withdraw them from the competition and like not let them to use this platform to spread propaganda, because again, like we are paying a too big price for that. We are dying every day. Like it's thousands of people dying every day because of this propaganda. And I hope as a sport community we can separate us from this death propaganda.
What did Zelensky say to you? Did he thank you? Did he say anything that really spoke to you?
No, he was very thankful, but I think he was speaking not from himself, but from the nation. And I think just to understand like scale of support in Ukraine, like it was huge. It was everyone, and I think at some point I couldn't even now read all the messages. It was too much.
Bet.
And
you're a hero to them.
For someone, I don't think I'm a hero. Like I'm not defending my country on the front line, and I'm not doing something heroic. I think I'm just doing what every Ukrainian should do. As a foundation now, also main idea is to support my country in this time. We have a lot of struggles in sport. We have a lot of struggles in education, and I just try to do my best and to support my country. And I just cannot stand aside, and I'm really happy that we found some common ground with organizations all around the world, from US, from Germany, who is supporting us, and we are able to do this great job.
Have you been back home? Have you been back to Ukraine?
Yeah, of course.
What is it like for you when you're around? People, I'm sure, recognize you, right?
Yeah, but people in Ukraine are very polite, so everybody is like not.
They leave you alone.
Yeah, they're not being crazy.
Okay.
But still, a lot of people recognizing me, so I had some free lunches, of course.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a great time, and in Ukraine, it's I don't know, it's a very special feeling when you're coming back from the long season, and now in Ukraine is of course also a difficult time. A lot of blackouts because of shellings and everything. It was really cold weather when I came back. But despite that, it's like best time for me, like you're home and you're like feeling this, that you're at home and people are so nice. And Ukraine is so great country, and it would be really nice also for you, I think, to experience it.
I would love to, yes. I know a few Ukrainian people so kind, so thoughtful, so warm, and my heart breaks for your country, and I pray that this ends very soon. How would you describe life in Ukraine now? What is it like? Do you feel like it's coming to an end? Do you feel like there's an end in sight? Is it constant fear? What could you tell us about life over there?
So life is keep going, and it's interesting that how people adapt to it. I think it's also like not normal to adapt to the shellings, to the drone attacks, to the blackouts, to the problems with water supply. But despite that, life is going on. Like Ukraine keep going with restaurants, with everything. So life is really there, and still a lot of progresses, like in many ways. Like we're so digitalized country, it's amazing. Like when I'm coming now to New York, and it feels like an old city, because I think for 5-6 years we don't carry any credit cards, any documents, because everything in phone. Like you can reach it out like in 2 seconds.
Right.
Cuisine, Ukrainian cuisine, like it's just another level. Like
there's a great Ukrainian restaurant here, right next to our office. Oh yes. Is that the one we went to, guys? Yes, we're talking in the wrong ear. Yes. And we had the pierogies and the borscht. We had a whole party there.
Yeah,
it was amazing, incredible food. Why, you're surprised? The schnitzel?
Yeah, schnitzel, I think it's a German one. But
okay, they had it there too.
Yeah, but they had like, it's also American adaptation of the food. But in Ukraine, like we had even like Italian cuisine, like Asian cuisine, like it's just better than in Asia. Of
course.
Because I was all over the world.
I was curious if you would go there, what you would think of it. Have you tried it?
Yeah. I
Okay.
was there like already 2 times in this trip.
Okay.
Amazing. Like it's really nice food. But yeah, in Ukraine, like is just like amazing, and restaurants, like interior, like exterior, like it's just another level. And of course, I think prices are much cheaper.
Of course.
And of course, like we had a lot of also, like we are a modern country. We had a lot of great designers. We had a lot of exhibitions. We are modern, like, and life's going on, like despite all of that, all what we have now, despite war. If you talk about war itself, I think, of course, it's hard. Like, we are now talking. It's more than 4 years of war.
Yeah.
It's even around the time that we had Second World War, and scale is huge. And we had blackouts. We don't have planes. Of course, your life is getting harder. It's hard to go out and go in. Like you need to do special documents. Travel itself took, like logistically wise, like it took so long time. And like to get me to New York is 2 days at least.
Wow.
And
where do you fly out of? Poland?
From Poland.
Okay.
But to get to Poland, I'm living in Kyiv, some capital in big city. To get from Kyiv to Poland is already like 12, 13 hours.
Wow.
And then you need to wait for, and also you need to also understand that queues on traffic jams on the border, like it's huge, and you can wait like 10 hours, 15 hours just in traffic jam.
Wow.
Because of course, like you cannot fly, like, and it makes all the logistic really bad. But despite that, like still, like people still keep going, and people still remain optimistic, and it's important, and it's very inspiring for me. I'm really inspired by Ukrainian people, who is like still being strong even despite 4 years of war. They still doing some business, and country is living great. I would say not great life, but they still try to enjoy life despite all of that sadness and tragedy. I think now Ukraine is really also modern in war perspective, I mean, in terms of technology. And I think if you follow just a little bit latest news in drone technology, I think Ukraine now is one of the like strongest country in the world. And I think with support also of US, and lately it was, I think, Musk who turned off Starlinks for Russians in the front line, and Ukraine really succeed because of that in some territories. And I believe it's we are able to finish this war much faster if we had more support. But I mean, Ukrainian people anyway stay very strong, and Ukrainian people, I think, don't ready to give up anything.
Tough, resilient people.
Yeah, you met already Amosov, I think.
Yes, Yaroslav.
Yeah.
The Bellator champion who recently came to the UFC. Do you know him?
Just we are online. I hope we can do some common trainings together.
Amazing.
Because I also had some little bit background.
Yeah, so tell me, because I read you've boxed before?
Yeah, when I was a kid, but then I did some sambo.
Oh, wow.
And I had some competitions in wrestling, in freestyle wrestling.
Okay.
And yeah.
So why didn't you go down that path as opposed to skeleton?
It's interesting. Like I watched today's show, like program, and you had like Demetrious Johnson, then you have Eddie Hall.
Yes.
So basically my path was like I was in MMA.
Yeah.
Then I left, and my dad, because he's coaching strongman sports, I was part of strongman sports.
Wow.
And I was competing when I was like 14, 13, 15 years old. I was competing already in pretty big competitions. And then like I was introduced to skeleton, and then I fell in love with this sport, and I switched to skeleton.
Okay.
But I mean, I go through this sport, and you still like in some YouTubes, like old channels, you can find my videos where I was like doing tire flip, with all these big tires.
Wow.
And I was like doing super yokes.
Were you much bigger?
To be honest, like I was 15, so I was much smaller, but still I was, in terms of weight, I was a little bit bigger. I was a huge guy for 15, 14 years old. But yeah, it was also part of my life. I had like experience in many sports, and I really like fell in love in sport, like overall from the childhood. And UFC is like, and UFC and Bellator, like, and all of this organization, like I really watch it a lot, and I really like supporting our athletes. So also I knew through the social media, Sergey Sidey, like another UFC fighter.
Yes.
But Amosov is really inspiring because he was also part of, he was in military when full-scale war started. And it's, you can find like this famous video where he was like keeping his Bellator champion belt in the basement. And he was defending his city. And then he came back to the competition, and now he's in UFC. And I think he's really promising, despite like that he's not, of course, youngest guy, but I think he's really strong, and I really truly believe that he could be a champion, and
I would love to see you two come together. I remember I know you tweeted about it, that famous video of him, bringing the belt, and I remember when everything was happening, I saw Vitaly Klitschko, Alexander Usyk speak on your behalf, supporting you. To see these very, very famous Ukrainian sportsmen give you support, that must have felt amazing, right?
Yeah, it's a legends of sports, and it was really amazing to see support from Klitschko. And it was amazing to see also support from Svitolina, like tennis player. And it's amazing. It's people I really inspired by them. And I'm really glad that they're also supporting our country now and not standing aside, because of course they could, like they're superstars. They could stand aside and don't do nothing. But they're really thinking about what's going on in Ukraine and try to support our country. And I really admire that.
I did see an interesting tweet from you recently. Anthony Joshua was in Ukraine. He was with Alexander. And you wrote something to the effect of that you hope, and correct me if I'm paraphrasing this incorrectly, that you hope he understands who he's associating with, because he was also with Islam Makhachev, who has shown support for Vladimir Putin. Can you tell me your thought process behind that?
Yeah, so basically, again, like we're coming back to this conversation about propaganda in sports, and I think it was not Putin but Kadyrov,
Kadyrov, yes.
Makhachev is already in the national list of people who supporting war because he's associated and he's supporting Kadyrov. And I mean, like when you have like Joshua in Ukraine is amazing. Like it's really huge for our country. People are like so happy to see such a great athlete and such a legend of boxing. And we all remember these amazing boxing matches with Klitschko, with Usyk, and of course, for us, it's a huge that he's in Ukraine, he's showing solidarity with Ukraine. But at the same time, like it would be really nice if he also not associated with people who is also responsible for this war in any behalf. And for me, it's also important to show like a little bit more about Ukraine, not just to make a good, let's say, post in Instagram, but really to understand what's going on in Ukraine and truly understand who is responsible for that. And to be honest, like to be transparent and to be honest.
Please.
So it's honestly like.
Yeah.
I really want that people who is supporting Ukraine, they're transparent and honest.
And they understand who's who and who's associating with who. Sometimes I'll be honest, I'm surprised. Kadyrov shows up to UFC events. He's sitting in the front row. He supports, some of the big time fighters in the UFC. Are you surprised that they are so, comfortable with being so closely linked with someone who has a background like him?
Yeah, I would say like it's an overall problem, and I saw also like I was super like excited by John Jones fights, and for me it was like a huge legend in UFC. But now these days, like he's in Russia, like doing some shit shows and taking part in some like freak shows in around UFC,
bare knuckle,
UFC, bare knuckle stuff.
Yes.
To be honest, like it's such a like low for him, and he is a legend of this sport, like of MMA, and to be like part of this mockery of sports. I also saw Nate Diaz also doing some things in Russia, and how they treat them, like they treat them as like some puppies, like, and it's not feel right, it's a legends, you should respect them. But Russians, they try just to bring some like attention to their shows, and it's a wild place, like it's not normal. And I don't really understand why people allowed them to use themselves like for that reason. So I'm...
money.
Yeah, but I mean, money is not everything. And at the end of the day, like, It's
I'm not excusing it, but I know they get paid a lot, and I would imagine that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, but probably Kadyrov also had a lot of money. But I mean, like, it's also sad to see that he is able to visit all these shows and be part of international community, despite his ties and despite his actions. Because we had so many tragedy in Ukraine and like some regions, and because of Kadyrov people. And to be honest, like even people from Chechnya, like who was forced to leave because of regime of Kadyrov, they're not supporting him. So he's not kind of like a respectful man for native Chechnya people. But still, he's part of events. He's still part of all of that. And it's sad to see, like it's really, truly sad to see. And I hope we have some, taking more responsibility for this, like, shows and who we're inviting and who we're not inviting.
Have you ever met Usyk?
Not in person.
Okay.
Not yet.
You've spoken to him?
So we are social media.
He messaged you?
Yeah, he supported me. Also, we want to do some training together, but we will see how it goes.
Okay.
But soon I will be. I was invited to tennis match to Svitolina, so I want to visit Svitolina tennis match. She's also amazing person and also having foundation, and she's really talking a lot about kids who were abducted, and for me, it's like, a role model, and it's not only about performance-wise, but also about impact, what they're giving to the world.
You're fearless. You don't mind speaking up and speaking about what you think is right. Are you ever afraid? Are you ever threatened? Are you ever being told, hey, you need to stop? Does that ever come your way?
Yeah, it's happened a lot, but I mean, I just came back from Kyiv. Like it's kind of like we have rockets. Russian rockets flying above us. We have drones attacks. Also with our charity foundation, I was in the front lines a lot, and I saw like terrible things. So I'm not really afraid about any threats.
Okay. Are you? And by the way, what's the 28 for? Does that have anything to do with the Olympics?
No.
Okay.
No, not yet. Yeah, so maybe.
I thought maybe you were going to try out for the Summer Games.
No, it's just it was a gift from Ukrainian designer, like, and we have 20. Like we are collecting in Ukraine. We try to do fundraiser.
Okay.
It's not international one, so it's local one in Ukraine. Just to also have drones, which could shut down shaheds. So like it's drones which attack in Ukraine. So basically it saves lives.
Oh wow.
So for us it's important because we had a lot of shellings lately, like last months and this winter too. So yeah, we're just trying to make how it's called, like our
awareness.
sky clear like, from the Russian drones. Yeah, and awareness too.
Will you try to compete in the 2030 games?
Yeah, so it's a goal, as I told you before. Our goal is to win court case and then came back with the same helmet and win a medal.
Oh my gosh, what a story. Wow. Because you're not banned from competing in the Olympics. They just said you can't wear this.
Yeah.
So if you want to try out, but you think they're going to try to stop you, obviously, but hopefully you win that case, it opens the door and you can return. That's the goal.
Yeah, that's
for the next 4 years.
No, but I also want to coming back to sliding because at the end of the day, like why I'm doing skeleton, not because of money, because I really like the sport. I'm just fell in love with the sport, and I like this feeling when you're going down the track, like in I don't know, it's 95 miles per hour, like 90 miles per hour.
What you guys do, like this is terrifying, man. You're going down there head first.
Yep.
It's crazy.
So it's amazing sport, and I really like it. And of course, I want to keep going. We are planning already some amazing events, also charity events in ice tracks. And I will invite you. So we are also planning one in Lake Placid.
Oh,
it's
yes.
not so far away.
Yes, I know.
And it would be really nice if you also can join in some point and maybe slide.
Oh my gosh.
You can go also like there, like you have skeleton for amateurs, and you can go not from the top, but just a few corners. It's totally safe.
Are you holding on to something down there?
Yeah, on a like sled, on a sled.
There's a handle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think 2 years ago, I heard the story that 90-year-old grandma was doing sled, and it was okay. And I think she did like 3 or 4 runs. So it's totally safe from that point. It's not as fast.
Yeah.
But at least you had some understanding what is it about, what this.
Oh yes, I would love it. I would love it. I have so much respect for you guys. It's amazing what you put into the Olympic athletes. I love the Olympics, and that particular discipline I think is one of the more terrifying ones, if I'm being honest. So it's amazing to see what you do. Have you ever had an injury of any kind? Have you ever?
Yeah, it's happened. Like,
what's the worst kind of injury you've had?
To be honest, like I had just a big bruises like on my hands. It also was in my Instagram and social media, but I'm okay with that. Like I'm pretty good athlete. Like I'm pretty good pilot. So it's something. I'm not a selfish, but I'm just a good pilot. So I'm not crashing a lot.
Okay.
But if you crash on a sled, so yeah, you can break some bones. I think. One of the worst injuries is a collarbones.
Yeah.
You can break it when you hit in inner walls, and like speeds are really fast. So like if you crash, you crash hard. But again, like if you keep like all these safety restrictions and you don't panic, then I think you're okay. So you can keep going with bruises. But sometimes also legs could be broken, like in some ways. But I mean, like it's still it's pretty safe sport, if we can put it in the words. Much safer than UFC, probably.
Yeah, maybe. Here I am saying it's crazy, and we talk about all this crazy stuff every day. How long are you here in America for?
A couple more days.
Okay.
We have some great meetings towards about our charity foundation work, about educational projects. Also, I'm going to attend some events, and we're coming back to Europe, and I will also take part in Euro Parliament some events. Then I'm going to tennis match of Svitolina, and then coming back home finally.
Incredible. Well, congratulations to you for representing your country the right way. I think that the entire country is so very proud of you, and I can't imagine how you made the families of these victims feel. It's an amazing thing, and I thought it was one of the most courageous things that I saw at the games. Unfortunately, you didn't get a chance to compete, but I think you did much more important things. Can I ask you before I let you go, is there a story or two of one of these? And I don't want to put you in the tough spot of picking or choosing, but these faces is heartbreaking to see, because these aren't just pictures. These are actual human beings, athletes who lost their lives.
Yeah, let's start like we talk about today about strongman sports. So like Pavlo Ishchenko, and with him, like in 2022, we were delivering some supplies, and we was working with him, cooperating with him to provide support for the people in Irpin. It's another like region in Kiev, which was really hardly damaged by the war. It was occupied for a couple of weeks. We talked about Olympics. It's Mitros Harper. So I think.
Yeah, right there.
He was a figure skater, and we were competing with him in Youth Olympic Games in 2016 in Lillehammer. So we were teammates. Glinichev, I told about him. So he's a medalist from Youth Olympic Games.
Turn a little. Yeah, there you go. The boxer. Yeah. Incredible.
Then we have a lot of kids, basically, like Malyshev. He was a biathlon athlete. He was just 19 years old when he was killed.
Awful.
Cycling athlete. And I also, in 26 April, we have annual competition to honor him. And I will take part in this competition. And we're also planning to give some bicycles to his school where he started to do cycling. Then Ivan Kononenko. So he was also like, I knew him from my 5-year-old. So like I knew him all my life. He was killed, and we're also planning to do some sport playground in Ukraine to honor him.
Wow.
So a lot of great athletes, and we can go through like athletics, guy from athletics, Andreshuk. I think Timothy Snyder, like at some point, also posted some information about him. He was doing some trainings in one athletics arena in Kiev. So I knew him pretty well. And Taras Shpuk, so this guy, he was a coach in Invictus Games. If you know this,
yes, of course,
movement.
Yeah.
So he was coach, and he was like one of the like first person in Ukraine who started this movement, and he was like a huge person in this movement, and he was also killed in this war. And many great athletes.
Well done.
Many great athletes, and
well done. Slava Ukrainia.
Heroям слава.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A great pleasure and honor.
Yeah, we have also some present for you.
Oh, wow.
You're dealing with Ukrainians, so we're kind people.
I appreciate that, and I know that.
So we have like, it's a rosary.
Okay.
Handmade.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take it.
This is a necklace?
No, it's like a rosary, but you can take it and watch it. It's a handmade work.
Wow.
So just
from Ukraine?
Yeah, of course.
Wow, this is incredible. Here we go, right here. Thank you. Who made this?
It's one master. Like he's also a coach in wrestling.
It's beautiful. Wow, I love the colors. Obviously, the Ukrainian colors. Where would you put something like this? In your home?
Yeah, you can put it everywhere. Like it's.
I'm gonna put it on my desk.
Okay, good.
On one of these guys right here. We'll find a good place for it, but maybe that's a good spot right there. I'll find a better spot. I want to showcase it, but that really means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A huge honor to meet you. Thank you for what you did. Congratulations. Way to represent your country, and thank you for coming in today. It was great to have you. A privilege.
Thank you. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
My pleasure. There he is, Vladyslav Heraskevych, kind enough to join us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. Terrence McKinney, Johnny Eblen, still to come. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Let's talk to one of the biggest stars in the sport today. He had a phenomenal weekend once again in his side quest journey, if you will. It's been an incredible run. He hasn't had to fight once. He hasn't had to have an actual UFC fight, but he continues to win doing these other things, and he was successful on Saturday at RAF 7, defeating his now former rival, I guess you could say, Georgiopoulos. He's the one and only Arman Tsarukyan, the pride of Armenia, kind enough to join us. Hello, Arman. How are you, my friend?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Hey, Armin, people are now saying that you're a regular on the show, that it's like the Armin and Ariel show here.
Yeah. I want to take over your show.
I don't know if I could afford you, if I'm being honest.
No, brother. I'm doing this for fun, so you can. I'm doing interview for free, and it's
No,
okay.
I know. I meant you being the co-host of the show. You're a very busy guy, and so I know that you command top dollar.
Yeah, maybe when I'm done with my career, so we do something together.
No problem. Well, congratulations on another great victory. I felt like there were no theatrics, there were no, extracurricular, no issues. This one, compared to the first one against Giorgio, was very clean. Would you agree?
Yeah, it was so clean. He didn't even punch me once, and I didn't accept. I didn't. I thought it's gonna be a kind of same, a little bit cleaner, but kind of same dirty. He is gonna play dirty game, but he was just wrestle he's supposed to wrestle, and I was surprised that when he was losing, he didn't want to cancel. And one thing he did, that he was resting, saying oh, my fingers, I got a tape, when he got tired.
And so why do you think that happened that way? Why do you think it was so different than the first match?
Maybe because when they said you want a rematch, I said, guys, I want a rematch, but first of all, if he's gonna be clean, if he wants to fight, I can fight anywhere, anytime. I'm a fighter. It's a thing that I'm living for. I wake up, I go to the gym, I fight, and this regular guy, he wrestle and go to the beach and do his influencer thing. But I fight every single day. And it's my thing. And somebody wants to come and punch me in the wrestling, of course I'm gonna punch him back. But if you wanna see me in the rematch, keep it clean. Let's do the wrestling, and to show everybody who is the best wrestler, not just the best fighter.
And what about that throw at the very end there? That must have felt good, huh?
Yeah, that one was Arman's airline.
Yes, Air Armin, as I say, or you say Armin.
Air Arman.
Yes, you should run with
Arman airline.
It was beautiful, and then you gave him a little hump at the end there too.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe something gonna be again, and I was waiting. But that day I was ready already.
So nothing in the back, no issues, no theatrics, no nothing, right?
No. And then he came, shake my hand, said, I'm gonna give you back your money that I lost first time. And I said, okay. And that money we give for the charity.
Back on the program, that was Armin from yesterday, Armin Tsarukyan. That was Vladyslav. Incredible stuff. How could you not be blown away by his resolve, by his resiliency, by his courage, by his confidence? Man, talk about standing on business, as they say. Talk about doing something that is so incredibly selfless, that is not about yourself. This guy makes it to the Olympic Games, and he says, no, I want to stand up for my people. Just amazing stuff. So I was really, really happy when I found out he was coming to New York and that we were able to have him in studio. Shout out to the good people of Ukraine. We're going to find a good home for this. This is an amazing thing that he gave to us right over here. So really, really means a lot. And if you're ever in New York, check out that restaurant. What is it called again? It's called, I always forget the name. Anyone know the name? Ukrainian. Basilica. There it is. It's a tremendous restaurant, Lower East Side or West Side, downtown New York. There you go. Still to come, Terrence McKinney had the big win, UFC Seattle. News and notes back in, but for now, let us go to our next guest. He headlined PFL Pitttsburgh on Saturday. It was a massive fight for him, coming off the loss to Costello Vanstinas in July, had to get back into the title picture, wanted revenge, wanted the rematch, wanted to leave, no doubt, and he did that, and then some, just absolutely steamrolling through the PFL debutant Brian Battle coming over from the UFC. Johnny Eblen is, without a doubt, the number one contender in the PFL middleweight division. And that fight, as I said yesterday, is one of the biggest fights that the PFL can put on this year. The rematch for the middleweight title. Costello looked great against Fabian. Eblen does his part. Hopefully we get that back end of the year. Johnny is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. There he is. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
Good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. To be honest, I wasn't expecting any sort of marks on your face. I wasn't expecting a black eye or anything.
Dude, I think I might have hurt myself.
Wow.
Not sure. Maybe off one of the slams. He kind of like was rolling, trying to do a Granby roll. And I think I hit my head on the mat or something.
Okay.
Sure.
So self-inflicted.
Yeah. I think so.
How many slams total in there? 4 or 5?
I think it was 7.
Jeez Louise. Was that you? Here's some of them. I mean, was this you just taking out all the frustrations of the last few months?
I think so, man. I was pretty upset. You know, I was like, I need to get back in there. I hadn't fought in a few months. And after I was done, the coaches were like, were you angry? And I was like, maybe I was. Maybe I was a little bit angry, you know? I was taking it out on Brian.
Why were you angry?
You know, I just thought I deserved a rematch right away, and I didn't get that. And, you know, I had to get another fight in, get an impressive win. And I just had a long layoff, man. Like, all I've been doing is training and getting ready for a fight. And, you know, once you have so much time in between fights, you know, you just get a little angry. You just need to let that anger out, and that's why I fight.
That fight against Costello was in July. I know PFL had a bit of a break there at the beginning of the year. Was there any reason in particular why it took so long for you to get back in there?
Nothing in particular on my side. I think what was happening is they were kind of changing the structure.
Yeah.
PFL took away the tournament. They had some people step down. Some other people stepped up. You know, Mike Kogan started taking more of the reins on the promotion and leading it more. I know they had some staff changes. So there's just a lot of changes. And I think that took up a lot of time, and they couldn't really book anything in the meantime. So, you know, fighters were just on the back burner, and it is what it is. That's just how business can be. And I understood. I wasn't tripping about it. I made a lot of money, so I can afford to take long breaks, but I'm trying to stay active. I'm only, you know, going to fight for so long, and I'm going to continue to fight. And it sounds like we're going to get something soon.
This was your first fight under the new regime, if you will. Did you feel anything different? Did you feel any sort of, you know, obviously the powers that be have changed, so to speak, but did you feel like the company was different? Did you feel like there was a different vibe there?
I feel like there was a different vibe, more organized for sure. They had their shit together. Not to say that they never had their shit together in the past. It just seemed more chaotic, and there was a lot of people involved, and it was new, you know. I didn't really know too many people from the PFL side, but, you know, after knowing them for about a year, and after, you know, kind of understanding the structure of both Bellator and PFL, and, you know, they kind of figured it out, you know. And now that they've kind of cut the fat and they've, you know, really got this going the right way, this next time around, it felt like a true mixture of PFL and Bellator, and it's being run properly. And I like it, man. I felt at home. I knew a lot of the people that worked there. There was a couple new faces, but other than that, very comfortable. Love what they're doing. I'm really happy with the future of the promotion.
I thought it was a mistake to not do the immediate rematch. I think in the end, the fight is bigger now because you both looked amazing, but it's hard to roll the dice there and you know, take that chance.
It is, but they took that chance, man. And this is the biggest fight you can possibly make in the PFL. Costello did his job by defending the belt. I did my job by creating a statement last Saturday. And now we have a storyline. You know, at first it was just me defending the belt, smashing everybody. And it just, you know, it took me to lose in such a dramatic way. And look where we're at now. We have one of the biggest fights you can make this year. And I'm excited to be a part of it. And you know what? That's how life is. And I'm excited to, you know, create this story and finish this story and become a champion again.
Ultimately, though, were you told specifically why they didn't go in the direction of the immediate rematch? Was it simply because, hey, Fabian won the tournament and we want to honor that? Because I thought the fact that you were winning the vast majority of the fight, it ends in the dying seconds. You were the champion for so long. Like, it was just on a silver platter. Like we said, it all worked out. It's going to be bigger now. I get it. But I thought you should have.
It could have flopped. Yeah, it could have flopped.
It could have flopped big time. And you deserved the right to fight for that belt again, or I say again, to me, it's sort of the extension of the Bellator belt. I know it was the first of its kind. Were you given a specific reason as to why they didn't go in that direction?
What you said was the specific reason that Fabian deserved the title shot, because that's kind of what they told him because he won the tournament. But like you said, it would have been safer to take the rematch because it served on a silver platter. It made sense. It was the fight to make. But they took the chance. I don't think the new regime was in yet, so maybe that's a part of the reason why. It was still the old regime, and they kind of like forced it, and then they booked it, and then whatever. Things changed. But yeah, it was a risk doing what they did, but thankfully it all worked out. And we're not having a different conversation right now. We're having the right conversation right now.
Was there a part of you, probably a large part of you, that was praying that Costello won because you wanted that revenge? You wanted to be the guy to beat him?
Part of me was hoping that would happen. But you know how life is. Things change. You get thrown curveballs. And I was open to any possibility. At the end of the day, I'm worried about getting these belts, man. Wait, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
These belts. I'm worried about getting these belts. And whoever's standing in my way, I got to defeat him and get the belt. So if it would have been Fabian, I would have fought him again. But thankfully, it's going to be Costello, and I'm going to get my revenge, and it's going to be the big payback.
And so, have you been specific? I feel like this is an obvious one, but I'll ask it anyways. Have you been specifically told 100% you are next? This is, no doubt about it.
Not specifically told, but very, very high probability. I think they should be booking something soon.
Okay.
Can't really say 100%, but from talks, from what I've been hearing, based off the storyline, based off everything, it's the fight that makes sense. It's the biggest fight you can make in the PFL. So when push comes to shove, I think they're going to make that fight.
So I haven't talked about this on the show. I was going to talk about it before you came on, but we ran out of time. I'll talk about it more afterwards. But we had John Martin, the new CEO of the company, in studio last week. It was a great conversation. And I asked him if he has considered a rebrand. He's making a lot of changes. There's a new team in place, no more tournament. He wants to get rid of the uniforms. The broadcast looks a little bit different. And he did confirm. And again, I haven't talked about this yet, so I'm sort of springing this upon you, but you'd be the perfect person to ask about this. I have been told from multiple people that they are considering a rebrand, and one of the options on the table is bringing back Bellator, making PFL Bellator again. Have you heard this, and what do you think about this?
I've heard some rumors that was a possibility. Nobody official, though. But I really like that, because Bellator has a history of champions. It was a great promotion. You can, it's a great brand name. People know it. It's been around for years. So I think rebranding it back to Bellator would be great. I don't think there's anything to lose there, because there's no real history with PFL other than the tournament, and that's long gone. So I'm not against it. If they keep it the PFL and they continue to do what they're doing, as long as they keep the structure the same, I think that's great. But at the end of the day, it's still just a name. I just think Bellator is more of a recognizable name, and it has more of a history, so it makes sense.
Okay. As far as your placement in the company and your future with the company, I understand you recently re-signed with them, right?
Yes.
You didn't test the waters, though. You weren't done with your contract, with your fights that you owed them that were left on the deal, correct?
Correct. I was running out of, I think I was on my last fight maybe, and or maybe I had 2 fights left. I can't remember exactly, but the time was running out.
Okay.
So they wouldn't have been able to give me the fight within the time of my contract. So technically I could have waited it out, but they kind of came back to me and we were in the talks. And also I spoke with a few people that were close to me that kind of advised me on, my other options. And whenever I, kind of went through everything, the contract that was presented to me made a lot of sense. It had a road back to getting my title back, and it had numbers on what I would make for, the title fight, for the rematches, or not for the rematches, for the defenses. And it all made sense. And it was a good contract. So I would have felt dumb for saying no to the contract. And also, it doesn't help that I have a loss to a guy that holds my belt that I want to get a rematch from. So for me to get everything that I want from this promotion, it made sense to re-sign. And I'm not going to retire anytime soon. It's only a 2-year deal, 6 fights, whatever comes first. But I plan on fighting much longer than 2 years. So whatever comes after that, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, I'm a PFL fighter. I'm going to be a PFL champion, and I'm going to build this promotion as much as I can to make the biggest fights I can.
Okay, I love that nugget that you dropped there, and I wish that all fight contracts were like this. You say it's 2 years or 6 fights, meaning if you only get 2 fights in for whatever reason during that 2-year period, you don't get to stick around forever and ever and ever until you fulfill those 6 fights. Those 2 years come and go, you're a free man again. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they either have to give me 6 fights,
Yep,
or in 2 years it expires. Technically, if they don't give me 6 fights within 2 years, they breach the contract, and it kind of changes things within the contract. Like, I don't think they get matching rights or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not particularly sure. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
But that's why I have lawyers that help me out with this stuff. But I know it's either 6 fights, I'm done, or 2 years and it expires.
That's huge.
So
what happens,
yeah.
just curious, if you can't fight for whatever reason, injury, personal, like what, does it pause or does it still continue? Does the clock still tick?
I think in injury, there's like a clause that extends it.
Okay.
For some, and if they offer me a fight and I'm injured and I can't fight, it like extends it for a certain amount of time. And there is a clause in there. It's like, if they offer you a fight, you have to fight. It's like I think there's a clause in there. It's like, they have to offer me so many fights within a year or something like that, or within the contract. And it's like not a good thing if I turn down fights. But I'm not a guy that turns down fights. Like, anytime I get offered a fight, dude, I'm a yes man.
Was there any part of you that wanted to just kind of see what's out there and test the waters?
Part of me did, but it was a risk, because leaving a good contract from a good promotion that was taking care of me, and like kind of burning that bridge and just trying to go to the UFC with no chips on the table, and they have a lot of leverage. Also, I'm leaving off of a loss. It's just not a good position to be in, especially talking to people that are in that space, that understand that space. It just made more sense from a business standpoint to continue the relationship, because it's the chips I had. If I had would have won, it might be a different story. But either I could have stayed with them. I could have, tested free agency, because my stock would have been higher.
Mm-hmm.
But since I left on a lot, or didn't leave, since I lost my last fight, it kind of shook things up, and I didn't really have the pull that I wanted when I came to that spot. So I had to kind of sit with myself and come to a decision. And I spoke to people that were close to me, and that was a decision I made, was to stay with the PFL and continue the relationship, because it's the one that made sense.
Speaking of that last fight, like, how long did it take for you to get it out of your system? Or perhaps you only got it out of your system after Saturday's win. I don't know if you needed that win to wash it away. What would you say?
I would say about a month. It was over with. I've lost a lot in my life. I've competed since I was 4 years old, man. I wrestled since I was 4. and I played football. I played so many different sports. I'm a very competitive person, and losses are a part of it. And all that matters is how you overcome it, how you react to it, and how you come back and become better from it and learn from the loss. So you can even learn from wins. I've learned from wins plenty of times in my life, but it's a part of just being a man and learning and evolving as a person.
Obviously, we know about your wrestling background. There's this RAF promotion that's been doing some big things. Have you been looking at them and maybe in between fights, considering just jumping over and dusting off the old singlet?
I would love to. My wife would love me to wear a singlet. She's always asking me to wear one in the house. Babe, I'm retired from it.
Interesting.
That's not what I do anymore. And she's like, come on, babe, just put the singlet back on. Do an RAF thing. And I was like, maybe I should. I actually was trying to do an RAF event. It was the one in Miami. I was supposed to wrestle Kyle Dake, but they got him a bigger, better matchup, and it made sense. I'm friends with Kyle.
Okay.
But we were trying to get that done. And then I was supposed to maybe wrestle Carter Starachi. I'm cool with him too. I shot him a text, but he was like, they haven't hit me up about that. I was like, interesting. And I kind of tried to press it, but it became like a thing where I was pressing too much, if that makes any sense. Or if I kept pressing it, it would have felt like I'm, trying to get too involved.
Yeah.
So, but it got brought up to me by my management at one point, and I was like open to it because I'm friends with Bo. Bo does it. I'm friends with a lot of guys that are, on the RAF scene, and I would love to wrestle again. But sometimes it's just, if it's not easy enough, if it's not making sense, I'm not going to push too hard. At the end of the day, I'm a fighter. I make a lot of money fighting. I'm not too worried about finding side gigs to make extra money.
Sure.
I'll make extra money elsewhere, investments with real estate, with rentals. I like to learn skills on the side that are just that make me useful. So my life isn't all combat sports. I got, I got layers, as Shrek would say. I'm like an onion.
I get it. There is a debate brewing over there. Armin competed over the weekend as well. Colby did. And they're debating. Colby saying he took him down. Armin saying he never wrestled him. This is at ATT. I'm wondering if you ever saw them wrestle. Do you have any intel on this?
I remember wrestling Colby, and I wasn't very impressed. I actually submitted him a couple times. I submitted him once with a bulldog choke, but that was grappling. That's not wrestling.
Okay.
But I don't remember whenever I sparred him, I don't think he ever took me down. I think I took him down. This was way back when I was still learning striking. So the striking was still, he might've got the better of me in a couple situations, but I remember putting it on him a few times, and anytime we would wrestle, he was never really that big of a challenge, but I'm also bigger than him.
Sure.
So, but I would say in a wrestling match between Colby and Armin, I take Armin.
Okay. Have you ever seen them wrestle at the gym?
Who?
Armin and Colby?
No, because that was so long ago.
Yeah.
I don't really remember much. And I think Colby was kind of on the way out when Armin was kind of more and more in the gym.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything specific of them wrestling. Yeah. I don't know.
Speaking of the gym, have you seen Kayla there? Because I know she was at your fight and looking good. She looked in great spirits. I saw her flexing out there. What's it like after the neck surgery? What's it like seeing her at the gym?
Dude, it's amazing seeing her at the gym. It's just a whole new energy back in the gym that we've been missing. She's in really, really good spirits. She seems like she's in a great place. I've seen her at the gym, working out. She's not quite back to full training. I think she's just going by the protocol, taking care of herself, making sure she's in a good mental place before she gets back to full training. But she seems amazing, man. Doesn't even look like she's been in a surgery. It's like she's back and nothing happened, and I can't wait for her to be back full-time training. And I'm looking forward to her, defending her belt and showing that she's the best female fighting, or she's the best female MMA fighter in the world.
Yeah, amazing to see her out there, and she seemed to be in amazing spirits at the fight on Saturday. I know you said that, in the works, all that stuff, they had Costello fight in Madrid. Do you think it's going to be a European fight? Do you think it's going to be overseas? The first one was in South Africa. Do you think it'll be back home in the United States? What are you feeling as far as the rematch?
I'm hoping it's going to be back in the States, because when I had the belt, I defended it one time in the States. Ever since then, I fought overseas. He got to defend his belt one time back home. And then in South Africa, I mean, he had to travel, but it's in the same time zone as him. So it's not really that big of a trip for him. So I think it'd be fair, it would be normal for him to defend the belt elsewhere. And I think it makes sense to have the fights in the US. I mean, it's an American promotion. I think more of the events are going to be in America now that the tournament's gone. But if it's in Europe, it's in Europe. I like Europe, whatever. But I think having it in the US would make sense.
And by the way, what about Brian Battle? What do you think his future is in PFL after this performance?
I'm not sure what his future holds. I think he should get a good fight, within the next few months. That's tough, man. I think they need to match him up well and give him a good fight and get him a win. Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you were cutting out, but now you're back. Do you think he should move back to 170? Do you feel like he's undersized for 185?
I don't think he's undersized. He's pretty tall.
Okay.
Like, he's a pretty big guy. He didn't seem like he was super undersized. I just think the matchup with me is just not a good matchup. Like, I'm on a different level, and I proved that. Maybe give him a guy that is a little bit more on his level, maybe less. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a wrestler. I just went out there and his legs were just there, and I took his legs, and then from there on, I was like, he's not getting up. I'm going to submit this guy. But maybe match him up with another guy that likes to strike. And I think you'll see a better Brian Battle. He's not a bad fighter. He seems like a cool dude. He likes to put on a show. He likes to talk crap, which is great for promoting fights. I just think you need to match him up with a guy that will stand and bang with him, and I think you'll get a butcher show.
Johnny, congratulations. Incredible performance, a real exclamation point, a y'all must have forgot moment. People may have forgotten who you are, what you're all about, how you fight. You reminded them on Saturday. So well done, and I cannot wait for that rematch. That's going to be amazing. Costello looked great. You looked amazing. That's going to be big-time stuff. So hopefully we get it very soon, and hopefully we'll talk about it when it's all booked up. So thank you so much. Congrats. Appreciate you coming on as always.
Thanks for having me on, Ariel. Anytime you want me on here, bro, just hit me up.
Thank you.
I'll jump on. I'll always make time for you. Really appreciate you having me, and I'll catch you soon, man.
Thank you so much. There he is, Johnny Eblen, the former Bellator middleweight champion. He was a part of the PFL's launch into this world. I think Costello actually was the first to actually win a title in the PFL in terms of like when they decided to make individual belts, if my memory serves me correct. I'm going to talk about this rebrand after our next interview. But you saw the belts behind him, and you know what he did. He was 10-0 in Bellator, 3-1 in PFL, 17-1 in total. Wrestled at the University of Missouri. Some of the greats who went there, the likes of Ben Askren, Michael Chandler, who then transitioned over to mixed martial arts. So what a career, and that's going to be a big-time fight. I am looking forward to that, and an obvious one. Impa Sangane looked great against Dalton Rasta, but that's the obvious fight. Soon we will be joined by Terrence McKinney. I can squeeze in a couple of news and notes here, unless we have him, but I don't think we have him, right? Wonderful. I saw an amazing video. Actually, another fighter who is represented by Brian Butler, who's been in the game for quite some time. Johnny Eblen is. Brian also manages Kai Kamaka, the former UFC fighter who had to go out and fight on the regional scene, if you will. We actually saw him fight at Tough Enough last June when we were there International Fight Week against Diego Brandao. Well, I saw an amazing video of him informing his young daughter that he is back in the UFC and that he is fighting this weekend at the Apex. Take a look.
If I woke you up and told you something cool, would you be really happy even though you're tired? What would be the coolest thing I could tell you right now? I'm in the UFC, Kavena. Guess when Daddy's fighting in the UFC? Take a guess. Mommy's birthday? Yeah. This Saturday, Daddy's in the UFC. They called me last night.
How amazing is that? And yes, he is fighting this Saturday. We found out yesterday he's fighting Dakota Hope, former PFL fighter, former Bellator fighter, former UFC fighter, had a win in the UFC, a draw, 2 losses, had to work and scratch and claw his way back, recently won on the Tough Enough scene in January, had a great fight, a split decision loss to Diego Brandao in, when was it, in October? No, you know what? I screwed up there. We saw him fight on the Brandao card, but he didn't fight Brandao. He fought Brandao in October. Brandao fought someone else on that card. He won on that card against Sitik Mujuev. That was in June. Then fought Diego Brandao in a 5-round fight. And that one he lost split decision. Then he won again. Now he's in the UFC, most importantly, and that was amazing stuff. Informing his daughter on his wife's birthday, no less. He says he's going to be fighting on his wife's birthday. That's the card headlined by Renato Moicano versus Chris Duncan. A bit of an ATT civil war there. Chris Duncan, of course, from Scotland, but does train out of ATT, and has Renato Moicano, a mainstay over at the American Top Team Gym in Coconut Creek. So I love that. That was tremendous stuff. I also did see earlier today this news regarding MVPW. MVPW is the women's division of Most Valuable Promotions boxing promotion. And they officially announced today that they have secured a multi-year deal with Sky Sports over in the UK and Ireland. There you have it. It seemed inevitable after this card on April 5th was announced a couple of months ago. That's going to be the first MVPW 1 card. It's happening in London on Sunday, Easter Sunday, headlined by Terry Harper versus Caroline Dubois, Ellie Scottney on the card as well, Chantel Cameron. Look at that roster. Look at that roster of women. The greatest collection of women's fighters ever under one umbrella. A women's boxing promotion has never had this many great fighters under one roof. And so the deal calls for 2 MVPW events in the UK a year. They'll also be airing the American events, select American events as well. MVPW 2 is going to be airing April 17th on ESPN. I'll actually be on that broadcast as well. So this is a big coup, and it's massive for Sky Sports as well. Sky Sports out of the boxing game since Boxer, and Boxer left the airwaves over there, and they've since struck a deal with BBC Two and the iPlayer. Sky Sports has an incredibly long, rich history of boxing coverage. I would equate it to HBO here in America, and they were out of the game, and that was a big blow to the region. And so we know that they're already in business with Zuffa Boxing. They have another event this weekend, Conor Benn stuff, all that and more. That's on Netflix, April 11th. But now we also know that they're officially in business with MVPW as well. So that is significant and a pretty damn good stretch, I would say, for Jake and Nikisa. Deal with Sky Sports, deal with ESPN, and then, of course, the MVP MMA deal that they announced on, I think it was February 16th, but it's happening on May 16th. That is the event headlined by Gina Carano versus Ronda Rousey. Speaking of boxing, fun little face-off that I saw earlier today involving Dave Allen and Filip Hrgović. Spoke about Filip Hrgović yesterday with Moses Itauma. He wants to fight him. Dave Allen, a real man's man. But what about Uncle Frank there in the middle with the double-breasted overcoat? I mean, he is without a doubt the best-dressed man in all of combat sports. Look at this look right here. This is tremendous stuff. This fight's in a couple months' time. Solid heavyweight scrap. A domestic dust-up? No, it's not. Hergovich not from the UK, but I just like saying that. Speaking of heavyweight boxing, what about the bromance between Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua? And what about this video? Here's Alexander Usyk writing AJ's name on a wall and writing underneath, undisputed 2027. You can. Could you imagine if Alexander Usyk some way, somehow passes the baton to the guy he beat twice and turns Anthony Joshua in the latter portion of his career into an undisputed champion? What a story that would be. They need to be following these guys and doing a Netflix or DAZN documentary about their relationship, because there was once a time just a couple of years ago, 2022, Usyk beats AJ. AJ has an emotional breakdown of sorts, throws the belts out of the ring at the post-fight press conferences crying. Everyone's slagging him off, saying that he's mentally broken, that he's mentally weak, all this stuff and more. And now this guy is the one who is bringing him up after an unspeakable tragedy hits his team. 2 of his best friends die in a car crash that he's involved in as well. Don't know if his career is going to continue. Don't know if he's ever going to fight again. Don't know how he's going to react to this. And it's Usyk that's pulling him up. Come on. And now he's putting this out there. Undisputed 2027. I love it. I love everything about it. Tremendous. Speaking of fights that were announced earlier today, what about this Glory Kickboxing? So I will be the first to admit, I am not a Glory Kickboxing expert by any stretch. I am not. But I do want to tell you about this fight. I want to educate you. Earlier today, Glory announced Collision 9, June 13th, same date as Eddie Hall versus Tommy Fury in the Netherlands, day before the White House card. The feature fight, is Mori Kroma going up against Milos Shvedikanin. It's a tough name. Cvjeticicanin. Shvedikanin. It is tough. Thank you, Terrence. One second. Let me build up to this. Mori's going to defend his Glory heavyweight title against Milos. Also at Collision 9, a one-night, 8-man Grand Prix to crown the new Glory light heavyweight world champion. And so obviously Mori defending that heavyweight title, once held for a very long time by the great Rico Verhoeven. He wins the last heavyweight standing tournament, which culminated in February with an 8-man one-night tournament, outlasted over 60 heavyweights in the year-long competition, was supposed to fight Milos in the final of the light heavyweight tournament. Milos broke his toe in the opening fight, still went on to win both his quarter and semifinal matchups before being forced to withdraw. Kroma has a decision win over Milos at Collision 7 in 2024. And last year, you may have seen that he became Mori, that is a viral sensation after The Rock and Snoop Dogg shared some of his KOs. They call him the Black Ghost. Milos, by the way, is the Glory 2025 Fighter of the Year, fought 8 times in 2025. We have some footage of these two gentlemen. They're going to be fighting on June 13th. Sounds like a tasty scrap. Take a look.
Another knee from Mori. Oh! And that back to knockout! I think Baron's done! 1, 2, Mori Kroma! With 15 seconds left. Drops Mori! The new heavyweight champion of the world and the last heavyweight standing, Mori, the Black Ghost Kroma!
Just like to see a movement. Oh, he touched him! And throws that right hand.
More technical than that.
Yeah, but I feel like.
Oh, is that a body shot?
Yeah.
We'll count it as such.
Man, I called it. I shouldn't have said anything out loud.
He's like, please don't touch it. Please don't touch it.
Yeah, it's pointed right up. And even if he gets through this, can he do more? That's the problem.
Is he going to try and pop it back in?
Oh, it's back in.
He popped it back in.
Oh!
An eraser of a right hand. Now there's then it drops him right before the bell.
Just exploded with the left hook.
This one tomorrow night. Chroma, by the way, just like Sveta Chanin, won his debut with a first-round knockout.
June 13th, and Chroma, by the way, training with the one and only Cyril Gane, Bon Gamin, ahead of his heavyweight scrap, interim heavyweight scrap with Alex Pereira. We do have some footage of that. There's Cyril, there's Chroma, and there they are, going toe-to-toe. And so Cyril Gane bringing in some people who know about that style, similar build, similar body type, similar height, it seems, at least from afar. Interesting intersection here. The world of kickboxing getting into the mix. Intertwined with both MMA and, of course, boxing with Rico Verhoeven jumping over to fight Alexander Usyk on May 23rd. Interesting insight from Eddie Hall regarding that fight. Obviously, he's friends with Rico, so he's going to back his guy, but he's calling his shot. He's calling his shot in a very big way. He's saying that he's going to do some big things. Earlier today, we did also find out that Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan from WrestleMania 3, one of my favorite matches of all time, is going to be going into the WWE, Hall of Fame. We have the poster right here. This is the VHS. You know what? This is Hogan versus Andre WrestleMania 4, the rematch, which wasn't as good as WrestleMania 3. For some reason, I thought I had the WrestleMania 3, but WrestleMania 4 is actually my favorite WrestleMania of all time because of the Bad News Brown, Bret Hart Battle Royal in which Bret and Bad News Brown team up, and then Bad News Brown hits him with the Ghetto Blaster and throws him out of the ring and betrays his fellow Canadian. That's actually my favorite WrestleMania, and a lot of people hated that WrestleMania, the one-night tournament. I loved it as a kid. Bad News Brown, it was announced late last week, is going into the Hall of Fame, and so is this match from WrestleMania 3. So I was actually on a podcast recently. There goes Nate Diaz. Actually, that's Nick Diaz. I was on a podcast recently, and we were talking about what should be the next match to go into the WWE Hall of Fame because they've done it once before. This is something the UFC has done a bunch, but they've done it once before. It was last year, WrestleMania 13, Bret Hart, Steve Austin. I said I thought Ricky Steamboat versus Macho Man from WrestleMania 3 was going to be next. I got the event right. I didn't get the match right. WrestleMania 3, Andre Hogan is the one. Speaking of wrestling, by the way, I saw this tweet here, which I enjoyed very much. First from CM Punk. Actually, it was from Topps. They've got wrestling cards. They've got autograph cards. Here's what CM Punk wrote on his. Dom Mysterio is an idiot. And then I saw Dom quote tweet that with this, which I thought was a good chat. Dom, low-key, great tweeter. He's got a few bangers on there. I enjoyed that one. I showed it to the boys earlier. No one really liked it. Yesterday we showed
I liked it.
No, you didn't.
What do you think of Sid Vicious getting into the Hall of Fame?
Wow.
Just saying.
This is incredible class. Sid, Bad News Brown, Hogan Andre, Stephanie McMahon. There's a whole bunch of them. Demolition. Speaking of which, be sure to check out the Uncrowned Wrestling Show. It drops on its own feed tonight and my feed. Tuesdays are the best. Jason Solomon, the Solomonster, is phenomenal. Love having him a part of the family, and he's done such a great job. And I know Frank loves working on the show as well. He will surely weigh in on this and all the other comings and goings on the road to WrestleMania. Okay, more news to come. For now, though, let's talk to the man who was victorious this past Saturday at UFC Seattle. It took just 24 seconds for him to dispose of Kyle Nelson. He now has the shortest average fight time in UFC history, less than the great Tom Aspinall. It's an unbelievable run. It's just a string of first-round finishes on his resume. He is T-Rex, Terrence McKinney, and he's kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hello, Terrence. How are you?
What's up, brother?
I thought you forgot about us.
Never.
Were you napping?
I was.
You got the nap eyes. You've got like the sort of teary-eyed nap eyes.
Yeah, I'm in business now. I'm in business.
I got you. All good. We appreciate you coming on. Congratulations on another amazing win. What is it about you, man? Like, how do you even put this into perspective, these first-round finishes? How do you even make sense of all of this? Why does this keep happening?
I tell people I think it has to look unnatural so people can know that it's all God's doing. Yes, I work hard, but by the favor of God and him blessing me with this incredible speed and strength, like this could have been done without him.
And so what people thought was very funny about this particular one was you did say in an interview right before the fight that you were going to be a little bit more calm, cool, and collected. Were you just working us? Were you lying and just trying to show him something different?
No, I was staying calm. It's just like the strikes that I landed were like super effective and sharp. Like I landed a jab right away. I landed the 1-2, and then I just started probing because I saw like even though I didn't full on like connect, like it still made him stumble back. So I know it rocked him a little bit, and then I just probed, and I knew he was gonna throw the overhand, and we caught him with a knee to the liver, and I saw him like wince, and I just threw the head kick as fast as I can and caught him off balance, and then the rest was history.
Is there ever any point, any part of you that says, man, I kind of wanted a little bit more. I didn't want this to go so quickly?
Nah, because then it makes me like the highest paid athlete for a second right now.
Okay. Yeah, did you know that? Right now, your average fight time is 2 minutes and 16 seconds, so you've surpassed Tom Aspinall, who was once at 2:02, but now 2:18. There you go. Did you know that stat?
Yeah, I just saw that recently, and I was like, man, that's incredible. Because, like, most of those guys are, like, big dudes. So for me to be on that list is incredible.
And so, okay, now this is the big one. I know you've been asked about it and you've addressed it. How is this possible? How have you never gotten a bonus? I don't understand this. Is this deliberate? How does this make any sense? How could someone with that many first-round finishes, first-round wins, never get a bonus of any kind?
I don't know. I don't really focus on it. I know there was incredible finish by Grasso and people. So it just shows like that I've been blessed and privileged enough to be on such awesome cards that, like, I guess it just didn't make sense for me to get it. But I know the time will come and I'll be excited.
Are you bothered by this?
Nah, because as long as I got the full check when I do, I'm happy, and it gives me in a good position to take care of my kids and my wife. So.
Okay. And you did say that the UFC took care of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you feel good about it. Because I know Dana was asked about it as well, and he's like, yeah, it was tough, and we take care of him and all that stuff. You feel like you're being looked after.
Yeah. They upped my contract again. So I already signed a new contract, and then they upped it right after the fight. So I'm feeling truly blessed. So, like, I'm excited to get out there and go get this new money the next fight. So.
And I guess this is the first time that you have fought where they're giving out finish bonuses. So technically you did kind of get a bonus.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows, they might send me more. So we'll just wait and see.
When you got, that win, I'm sure there's a part of you in the back of your mind like, all right, I'm in a good spot. And then you probably saw like a string of incredible finishes and you're like, oh, damn, right?
Yeah. 6 finishes on the main card. I was like, oh, dang, man. It was looking pretty good till then.
Incredible. The Grasso one, where were you for that one?
I think I was doing interviews, but
okay.
It was super sick. The UFC let me go out there and watch Kies's last fight. So like that was just beautiful, man. And like I said, I couldn't be more thankful for God just to because usually they make people go home. So for me to be able to watch my high school coach do his last fight, and yeah, it was incredible.
Yes.
That's incredible, all in all.
I saw this post here, and we know about your connection. For you to be on the same card as him and the card in which he retires and all the emotion in the state of Washington, when you figured that out, when you realized that you would be linked to his retirement fight, what did that mean to you? Can you describe?
I can't even describe, but I did tear up a little bit. And like I said, it's just like, I'm just truly grateful for where I'm at, because things could have easily been different. And yeah, now I get to perform and like in front of thousands of people, like just feeling the crowd energy, like you couldn't ask for a picture perfect night, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we've talked about that. We're not going to talk about it all over again, but I did hear you say that no more drinking, right?
Yeah.
When did you stop that?
Like literally like 4 months ago, like maybe not even 4 months, but it's been the best decision I ever made.
What was the turning point? What led to it?
Just praying and just trying to be a better person through and through,
Was there an actual turning point, or was it just something you were thinking about and then decided one day I'm done?
No, it was just by the grace of God. I just kept praying, and eventually, like, I just started watching church and just trying to pray with my kids and just like wanting to be a better role model all in all. So like, and eventually I was just like, I'm done. There's no point. There's nothing good that comes from it.
Were you doing it during fight camps? Were you drinking during fight camps?
Yeah.
Wow, a lot?
Yeah, probably like every day, usually.
Oh. And what was it? Beer, liquor? What were you doing?
Party, like I'll probably get like a drink or anything at dinner, literally.
Okay. And now that you've won, you want to celebrate? Are you craving it?
No, I went home. I made sure I got home instead of stayed in my city, because if you put yourself in situations, obviously the temptation is going to come. So I just had to avoid that.
Okay. So you went back home. Where's home for you these days? Is it still Texas?
Florida.
Florida
I live like 50 minutes from Orlando.
Okay. And it's treating you well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it's amazing because I've heard you talk about religion and finding God. We also heard a lot of that from Joe Pyfer this weekend as well. And so how would you say your relationship with religion is now? Like, how does that make you a better fighter? How does that make you a better person?
It's always been there, just not being lukewarm, I would say. Just being on fire for God. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
Like God said, there's just no in between, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and my coach always says something. He said, God can't bless the mess. So
God can't bless the best, meaning someone who maybe doesn't have their life in order?
Yeah, or out there expecting, doing the wrong thing and good things to happen.
Sure. Okay, yeah, the video turned there for a second. Do you feel like it's hard? You know, you're a celebrity, you're fighting in the UFC. Do you feel like it's a constant internal battle for you?
It's always going to be an internal battle because, like the Bible says, you got to pick up your cross daily. So, of course, there's going to be temptation. It's just like, what are you going to do? You going to stay there, or just keep going through situations you know you're going to be tempted? Like how are you going to say you're moving smart when you go in a place where you know like bad things are going to be happening that's going to make you want to go back to your old ways?
Right. So do you feel like for the first time in your life you're on that right path finally?
Yeah, especially to beat a guy that's 4-1 his last 5 fights, and to do it in that fashion, like literally like one more and then maybe a ranked opponent, and just seeing that I was so close to getting Chris and he's in the main event, I was like, dude, like you're 31, like it's now or never, you know?
Yeah, what about that fight? You were on that 2-fight winning streak, and that was a crazy fight. Golly, that was one of the. I mean, again, another fight that probably could have won an award for fight of the night. I know it was relatively short, but it was a firefight. In your opinion, what went wrong with it?
Just being prideful because like I want to knock him out so bad, and just thinking about selfish ambitions while I'm out there. I was like, oh shoot, I'm about to knock him out. We about to be rich, baby. Instead of being like, I get to get my family a house. Like if I keep pushing, you know.
Do you regret that?
I regret not listening to my coach and thinking I can knock him out, because obviously the game plan was supposed to take him down if we hurt him at all. and look to smother him on the ground and eventually look for a submission instead of staying in a firefight, because that's the only time he catches people, when he's hurt.
You're in those firefights, you're in those moments. Can you even hear your coaches? Can you hear them trying to tell you to chill out?
No, I can't hear nothing. The crowd be going crazy, man.
Yeah. Maybe for you it's better to be at the apex so you can hear them.
Yeah, that's probably the only time I've been able to hear the coaches. It'd be nice to have like a Bluetooth in the ear.
Oh my gosh.
Stayed in there. That'd be tough.
But you seem like the kind of guy who would rather fight in front of the fans, right?
Yeah, I love it.
Gives you energy, gives you, like just like motivation.
Exactly, yeah. They're just incredible.
Okay, so I've also heard you say you want to get a couple back. Are you on the revenge tour now? Are you looking to get new opponents in front of you? When you talk about getting some back, what are you thinking?
Why not the Drew Dober rematch?
Okay.
That'd be cool.
All right.
that's definitely one I want back. Really, all of them I want back, honestly. But I feel like there's still so many other options though at the same time. So, but yeah, at least getting one or a couple of those back would be nice. But there's, like I said, there's plenty of options, and we'll see what the UFC does.
How quickly do you want to return?
Whenever. International fight would be cool. A couple guys just already booked, so I had to switch a couple guys around that I wanted. So.
And if it was up to you, if you had a preference, who would it be against?
I wanted Alex Hernandez to get that back for Chase Hooper in Washington.
Yeah.
But he got booked.
What about Lance Gibson, who just beat?
Yeah.
Chase
I would love that fight also. Me and my coach talked about that. He said, yeah, ask for that Lance Gibson.
Yeah, that was I know Chase is your guy, but that was impressive.
That's impressive. And that's the only thing that I heard they want one more fight for the White House, and that's all it's missing is a black on black crime, and it's really America, baby.
Golly. I mean, that would be surefire action, though. I mean, I can't imagine that goes the distance.
Mm-mm.
Do you remember the last time you went the distance?
I only went to the third round one time in my career.
You've never actually gone the distance?
No, sir.
That's insane, man. This is a career that dates back 2017. You're currently 18-8, and you've gone to the third round once. I can't even. Oh, there it is. You remember who it was against?
Yeah, Brandon Todd. He was 5-1, a black belt, and we're able to get the submission in the third round.
Knee bar.
Yes, sir.
Golly. Last time you made it to the second round, you remember that one?
I think it was Nazim.
Yeah. But your last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fights, all first round fights. You're a beast,
Yeah,
man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
But you enjoy it more when you're winning in the first round.
100%.
But you're instant. I mean, I'm sure the UFC loves you. The brass loves you. What's not to like, right?
Yeah, I do exactly what they want. They want violence, and I like to deliver.
When did you cut your hair?
The same time I cut my son's. Usually when I get his hair cut, and I just want a fresh start as well.
Okay. How long did you have the hair for?
Maybe a year and 3 months.
Okay. You like it better this way?
No.
No?
I'm not going bald again.
So you're gonna grow it out?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I think both are.
I look like a big swole Ninja Turtle out there, man.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I look like one of them reptilian peoples they be talking about, them Anunnakis, bro. I gotta get my hair back ASAP.
How long will that take to get it to where you want it to be?
Easily a year to get it the link I just had it.
Okay. I know you feel some sort of way about it because you keep going like this.
I know, man. I'm like, dang, bro.
You feel naked.
I got a noggin on my head, bro.
Do you like it out there in Orlando?
Yeah, 100%. The weather's way better. I thought I missed the Northwest, but no, it's too cold. I'm good.
Yeah. It's always sunny, right?
Mm-hmm. At least decent. At least 70.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, everything's going well for you.
100%. We're just waiting for the approval for this house, and I'm excited to give my kids a backyard to play in, man. This dream come true.
Oh man, that's huge. Will this be your first house?
Yes, sir.
That you buy, that you own?
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. In Orlando?
Yes, sir.
Wow. How close are you?
We're just waiting for the approval, but we got the books ready, so
Amazing.
excited.
How many kids you have now?
2.
Incredible. What are their ages?
My daughter's 1. What the craziest thing, like every time I have my kid, you already know the last one.
Yes.
It was like right after my fight, and then I had my daughter right before I fought Demir last year in January.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That last time when the one that you had when you were on the show from the hospital, that was crazy.
Yeah, no, this one's crazy too because we gave birth and I had to hop on a flight literally the next week on Tuesday.
Man, you don't tell the UFC, yo, can you just kind of leave me alone when... Did you see this interview where Dana White was telling the guy that that his son was going to be born on one of Chuck Liddell's fight nights, and so they scheduled the C-section beforehand so that it wouldn't coincide?
What a guy.
What a guy. That's great. Would your girl be down with that?
Oh, heck no. we be having some big kids. Like my daughter was 8 pounds, 11 ounces.
Oh, dear.
And my son was like 9 pounds, 2 ounces. So she was definitely ready to get them suckers out.
Yeah, no, I feel you. But it's amazing, man, because you've really grown up in front of us here, and it's great to see everything seemingly coming together for you here. House, family, kids, the wins. It's a beautiful thing to see. So I'm wishing you nothing but the best. Keep it up and continued success and more great finishes, more great highlights, and perhaps a few bonuses thrown your way as well.
Yes, sir. In Jesus' name, it's going to happen.
Amen. And happy Easter to you and your family.
Hey, thanks, brother. Likewise.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Terrence. All the best to you.
Cheers.
There he is, Terrence McKinney, T-Rex, kind enough to join us on this Tuesday afternoon after a big win over Kyle Nelson, just 24 seconds. These are his fights as of late. 24 seconds, 2:30, 55 seconds, 2:01, 37 seconds, 20 seconds, 125, 107 of the second round. So the 125 is the first of this stretch of first round finishes. It's unbelievable. It's one of the great records, if you will, in the UFC. 18-8, 9 career wins via KO, 9 via sub, 100% finish ratio. Yeah, I screwed that up. Never gone the distance. The one third round fight I thought was a decision. But the guy is, he's an absolute beast. He's an absolute beast. All right, what a day. What an eclectic mix of personalities, right? From DJ, obviously. So great. What energy, what spirit. To Eddie Hall, to Lance Gibson. What a revelation, Lance. You know, I couldn't get in. GC was busy doing the Rick stuff back there. I couldn't get in a Muckleshoot question.
Yeah, I'm a little pissed about that. I can't lie.
Yeah. It just felt like we weren't going down that path with Lance, you know?
I got the LGJ ticket right over my shoulder.
You had it right there. Golly. I don't know how he feels about betting, old Lance.
Yeah, he's a pretty, he's a very cerebral man.
Yeah, spiritual, thoughtful, cerebral.
I don't know if he'd like it either, but I mean, we had to honor him in some way. Getting this bad boy framed over.
So you're not going to cash it?
Nope. This will just be our $68 Lance Gibson bill here.
Love it. How is it back there? Everything okay? I haven't.
Give me a fucking break.
No, we actually lost the stream 2.5 hours ago. We were just too nervous to tell you.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Spring break started early, baby. Dan already left.
Dan. Oh, hi. So who's back there? Who do we have? Andy or Frank? Or is
hello. I'm good. How are you?
Andy Armin's back here.
Okay. Hello, Armin.
That's
How are you?
it.com.
I was a little thrown off because I do see Frank in the chat, and so I'm wondering who's sort of, grabbing the audio steering wheel, if you will.
Look, man, we're
Who's the
doing
chat?
different things back here.
There's a lot going on. Do you miss Rick? Do you think Rick is secretly hoping more things mess up so that he could come back, like sort of like do the old strut and be like, you see?
He's not that kind of guy.
You see?
I want proof that Rick didn't send you a sneaky little text and was like, hey, man, make sure you start the members only chat today. Don't forget to do that. This was all a ploy by New York Rick to make himself look good.
The funny thing about the members only debacle of 2026, this would have happened whether or not he was here or not. This has nothing to do with him. There's a 1 right there. Do you see the 1 underneath the chat? There's a 1.
The 1 in the room with us right now.
Let me see. Let me see. Hold on.
There's a 1 right there. Also.
Oh, yeah. Engage with your audience, the 1?
Yeah, that one.
I'm not clicking that shit, bro.
Yeah. What is this? Free member milestone? Maybe I shouldn't touch anything.
Don't.
Do you think if Rick were here, you would have asked first, like, hey, what does this do?
No, it was mid. I don't know.
Hey, it's a perfect moment for
It's a perfect Rick. It's a perfect moment.
Everything just worked out for him.
I wanted to bring this up because you're the perfect person to ask about this because you love this you love marketing, you love nostalgia, you love design. You're out on the streets of Seattle wearing the Sonics gear and people are coming up to you. You said that they were coming up to you like you were a war hero coming home, right? Like with such love and admiration and revelation. And they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, that logo, that team means something. I'm the same way with the Expos, right? The Expos left, that logo, that team, that history, I'm nostalgic for it. I miss it. I adore it. And so I can't tell you that John Martin told us they are heavily considering a rebrand. And one of the options on the table right now that they are strongly considering is bringing back Bellator. And when I say this, it isn't bringing back Bellator as a secondary brand. It's bringing back Bellator as the official brand. Getting rid of the PFL and rebranding the PFL to Bellator, which of course they own. They bought it. They own the IP. And so everything would become Bellator. Bellator champions, PFL champions would become Bellator champions, everything. The PFL would be no more, and they would go with Bellator. I asked Johnny Eblen about this. Curious what you think about it. Do you think that this would be a smart move or an ill-advised move?
I just don't know if it makes that much of a difference in terms of the viewership that they're going to garner. I just can't imagine. Like, I know Bellator had some great fight cards in its day, but I'm just not sure that it was such a big brand that people are dying for it to be back. Everyone that is gonna watch a PFL card or a Bellator card or whatever it is knows that it'll just be PFL with a new coat of paint on it. I just can't imagine that there's this much of a desire to have Bellator back that'll make any difference for their viewership numbers. I mean, like, we talk about the Sonics, like this, they want the Sonics back because they want a basketball team in the city of Seattle. This is just, hey, the PFL is now called Bellator.
I agree with you, and I will go even a step further and say I think it would be an actual mistake. I think it would be a mistake for multiple reasons. I don't feel like MMA fans have the same affection and connection with Bellator as they do, say, with Pride, Strikeforce. Would those be the only two?
I can say with certainty that they do not have that connection.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, all right, obviously the UFC is the UFC. There is an affection towards Pride. Pride never die, right? People love Pride. It was unbelievable. Strikeforce, I feel like there's an affection towards that. Those two brands are owned by the UFC, so those brands aren't coming back. Bellator does not have that same type of connection with the MMA audience, with the MMA fan base. I would actually go as far as to say that most hardcore MMA fans would be hard-pressed to tell you who the final Bellator champions were. You know what I mean? Like, I could tell you right now who the final Strikeforce champions were. I'll add another one, WC. WC people, I knew I forgot one. Pride, WC, Strikeforce, people are nostalgic about. People talk about the blue cage of WC. People talk about the Pride, you know, the entrances and the ring and the showmanship. People talk about the Strikeforce fun fights. I would probably go with Pride, WC, and Strikeforce in that order about what they sort of feel very strongly about, which brands they feel strongly about. They don't feel strongly about the Bellator brand. That's kind of why Bellator failed in the end. That's kind of why Bellator fizzled out. And here's the problem. PFL, in my opinion, while they've had their issues and they've tried to find their identity, now I feel like they're finally on the right path. I could tell you who the first Bellator middleweight champion is, PFL middleweight champion is, Kostelo Vanstinas. I could tell you about Vadim Nemkov. I could tell you about Usman Nurmagomedov. It's all very clean. They are starting a lineage. They're starting a history now. And so this, to me, will feel like panic mode. This will feel like, hey, we don't trust the brand that we have, so let's go back to something that is somewhat tried and true, that had TV deals here and there, but ultimately did not succeed. That's why, you know, Showtime wanted to offload it. And I know that there were other things going on with Showtime at the time. let's go back to that in order to secure this big TV deal that we're trying to get, because our ESPN deal is coming to an end, and the ESPN deal appears to not be in a position right now to be renewed. It doesn't appear, based on what I'm hearing and feeling, that they're going in that direction. PFL is fresh. You're able to start fresh now. No one's walking around saying like, man, give me that old Bellator merch. I can't wait to wear that Bellator hat and Bellator. That's how they feel about the Sonics. They're trying to tap into that feeling that people have. Like when they brought back the Florida Marlins uniform over the weekend, I don't know if you saw people saying like, wow, this is so great. The old F with the Marlin, the teal jerseys, it looks different than the Miami Marlins. This happens all the time in sports where they bring back old logos, old uniforms, old brands. People love this sort of thing. People never had that connection with Bellator. And so it would feel like a panic move to me. And I feel like it would be a massive step back. They're en route to crowning champions in all of these weight classes. First-time champions, inaugural champions. Why would you go back to a promotion that had tournaments and then this guy had held the belt and there's no real clean lineage? I think that this would be a blunder. I think it would be a big mistake. And I would not be in favor of it. For whatever it's worth. No one's asking my opinion. And I'm hoping for the best. Like, I want them to succeed. A world in which there is the UFC, PFL, and maybe an MVP in North America doing their thing is better for all of us. And I really think that the PFL is on the right track right now. Like, I thought that show on Saturday, I know you guys were at the Seattle event, I thought it was a great show. I thought the Madrid show was a fun show. I'm really looking forward to that Belgium card in May with Patrick Habirora. Like, they have something. I think this middleweight title fight is going to be great. The rematch is going to be great. I think they've got pieces. Nemkov is out there. Cyborg is still around. Obviously, Dakota is a huge, huge deal. Usman Nurmagomedov, they want to keep him around. Like, they've got pieces. Stick with that. Don't go backwards. I think this would be a mistake, and I think it would be a massive, massive blunder that would be hard to undo. That's already a brand that has come and gone, somewhat tarnished, somewhat not. What's the best fight in Bellator history? They asked Don Davis about it. He couldn't even name one. Or PFL history, whatever it is. Best fight is probably a fight that happened back in 2011. It was Eddie Alvarez versus Michael Chandler. Like, there's not a lot of great Bellator moments, Bellator fights. AJ McKee beating Patricio Pitbull. Great. We could probably talk about them on one hand, and truth be told, like, I live and breathe this stuff. It didn't break through. It didn't make us feel the way in which Pride, WEC, Strikeforce, and obviously the UFC made us feel. I hated the fact that they were on every week. I hated the fact that they were on like 13 straight weeks. Hated the tournament. Hated all these things. And they got away from that. But at the end, they were just, they were being relegated to no promotion, no real future, no real direction. It just wasn't working. And then there was the Champions Series. And nah, man, what are we doing?
Also, to your point, PFL bought the brand, then they did the PFL tour for a while, and then they decided to merge it into PFL. If you were going to just go back to Bellator, why would you have not done it then and just dropped the PFL to begin with?
Yeah, probably because that was a different regime.
Oh, yeah, I guess the Double D regime was in. I mean, my best memories of Bellator is like you hear that opening and Michael C. Williams and everything, and you know you're about to lose your parlay on a minus 900.
Yeah. No, but seriously, you're online, right?
Yeah.
You're connected. Like, do you feel like there are people longing for the Bellator brand? The good old days of Bellator?
No, that's why I'm saying I just don't think it makes any difference for them if they turn it into Bellator. I think the same number of people are going to view whether it's Bellator or PFL.
Bellator had a little thing going over in Europe. PFL has that same thing going right now. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the PFL brand, PFL Europe, Dakota emerging from there. They had some great shows, Fabian Edwards. I feel like they go to France, they go to London, they go to Ireland, they go to Belgium. That public knows who PFL is. Now you got to work on trying to educate the American public on what PFL is. But guess what? The American public wasn't gravitating towards the Bellator brand. Now, I know that there are going to be people in the office over there who are going to take this personally, who are going to be upset that I'm saying this. I'm just telling you my 2 cents. Go ahead, do it. God bless, we'll talk about it, we'll cover it. It's not going to change the way we view it. But if I was in charge over there, if I was John Martin, the CEO of this company, if I was one of the new investors, and I'm considering taking a step back and going to a brand that was absorbed and essentially just kind of phased out, I would be asking questions like, why? Why are we doing this? Let's try to make this brand cool. Let's try to make this brand fresh. Let's try to start a history here. We've already done that. We've gotten rid of the tournaments. Costello's a champ. Usman's a champ. Vadim's a champ. Dakota should be a champ. Had a bit of a blunder with the welterweight division where the guy, retired when he won the belt, but, neither here nor there. Cyborg's a champ. Like, you're moving in the direction of crowning champions. It feels like there's a new PFL history emerging. Now you're going to go back and change all those belts into Bellator belts? Like, think about that. It's crazy. Crazy.
It would take months, if not over a year, to get everything synchronized again on it being Bellator.
Yeah. I was surprised when I heard that. I did ask John, because I had heard about it. When I asked him about the rebrand, I asked him fresh start, and he said yes. And so that gave me hope that, because to me, Bellator isn't a fresh start. That's a recycled start, if you will. And so perhaps that gave me hope. But what I'm hearing is it's being considered. Now, I want to say, not final, not 100%. It's one of the options. And perhaps in the end, they decide to do nothing. But what I would do, if I was in charge, maybe freshen up that logo, freshen up the look. Please get rid of the uniforms. The entrances are nice. I love walking out with the belt. They posted some cool stuff on social where they were following Johnny Eblen. Country road, take me home to the place. Like, that was great. The crowd was into it. They are on their way. Hopefully get a good TV deal. I think it would be a blunder. My 2 cents. Frank, agree or disagree?
I am going to remain neutral until I get all the facts.
Wow, that's weird.
He's nervous to disagree with you. He wants Bellator back.
Okay. I told you, Frank, no Rick, no Pizzi. Like, you kind of have to weigh in. We need your insights, and they're so good.
There's such thing as Switzerland.
All right.
How about Frankie's haircut, eh? Star of the show in the office this week.
Gosh, I wish, there are some moments where I kind of say to the people, I wish you could see Frank the way in which we see him. Came in with an unbelievable, what is that, a faux hawk, a mohawk? What is that? What would you call that?
It's whatever you want it to be. Man.
But then I got a whole I've always had this haircut. What are you talking about? I usually wear a hat. I'm sorry. It's a lot thinner back there than it usually is.
It's high and tight. It's high and tight for sure. And
I love it.
I think in Frank's defense, I was with him for a majority of the morning yesterday. People weren't necessarily coming up to him and being like, Frank, your hair looks great, man. They were more just like, haircut. You got one.
No, not me. Frank, what was my reaction?
What's going on here?
Oh my God, this is amazing. I did not say that. That. It was pretty damn close to that.
Oh, man.
To be honest. Yesterday we showed you Movsar Evloev doing that rope thing. John Silva weighing in. And a bit of a zinger here, climbing his way into a decision. The question is, decision win or decision loss? I think he'd take the decision win. And what about this link up, GC? What about this one? Ilia Topuria, the reigning defending UFC lightweight champion, and the pride of Ecuador, Michael Morales. What about this link up right here?
Yeah.
That is some kind of link up.
Can Elliott really go to 170? He talks about wanting to.
I know.
Man.
Look at that dude.
Michael Morales is huge compared to this guy.
Gigantic. One day I would love to see Morales versus Islam or Morales versus Ian Gary. I still think it should be Ian Gary. But with his judo background, I think it would be fascinating. I do want to mention that Nathan Diaz, as those who are truly in the know column, was on the Theo Vaughn podcast. What's it called? It's called This Past Weekend. And a couple of interesting nuggets. Check it out. I believe it's on YouTube. A couple of interesting nuggets. And actually, we continue, not that we needed it, to be proven right. He does back up everything we said about talking to the UFC and the UFC being interested in the Conor McGregor trilogy before he ultimately signed with MVP. Here's a snippet of that conversation.
They want me to come back and fight
Oliveira.
I believe they want me to come back and fight Conor McGregor, not Oliveira. I'm like, well, I'm going to fight for my belt that I created, that I deserve, since I started a whole division to bring value up to all these fucking fighters.
Right, you started the BMF belt.
I started the whole shit. That's me. That's my belt you're wearing on my hip. So yeah, you just got tatted with the BMF belt. That's me that you're holding. Okay? And they're like, okay, we want you to come back and then maybe later we'll do that. I'm like, okay, well, you know who's doing a good job? The same almost close to the same amount offer for Mike Perry, who's the fucking most violent motherfucker around right now.
Facts.
Doing things, taking over businesses, running shit, doing his own promotion.
I know.
And I'm like, that sounds a lot more. I'm a lot more enthusiastic to get up and run and get ready to train for this motherfucker who's gonna knock me out, or I'm gonna knock his ass out, and we're gonna take who's the bigger dog of the bigger, best motherfuckers there are, you know what I'm saying? And then in the meantime, I'm not fighting for MVP. I'm fighting for Netflix, and I'm fighting from Real Fight Incorporated, which I'll probably be doing next with Netflix anyway, Real Fight Entertainment on a thing and show you how to throw a real MMA fight show. I've been in the UFC for 20 years now. So I'm like, yo, I'm going to do that from Real Fighting with, I'm not working for fucking MVP like all these other motherfuckers are. I'm a UFC fighter. I'm working for me, for Real Fighting, and I'm hunting Jake Paul's motherfucking ass.
Can I just tell you, it's great to have Nate back. It's great to have Nate back, not only back, period, but back in MMA. And so there he has it. There he says it. He says, if I understood it all correctly, he wants to fight Jake Paul, got it. Talked to the UFC. They wanted him to fight Conor. He wanted his BMF title back. And I don't blame him. Obviously, the Conor fight is the way bigger fight. Nate versus Charles would be a very good fight. But Nate versus Conor is one of the biggest fights that could be made in combat sports, let alone MMA. But ultimately, he explains right there, Mike Perry's doing violent things, incredible things. He respects his business decisions and acumen, and he went in that direction. Now, he wants it to be known. He's not fighting for MVP, he's fighting for Netflix, and that's totally okay. This is on Netflix, and Netflix is a major reason why this card is happening, because they have the deepest pockets in all of entertainment. So everything makes sense. Plus, which he doesn't mention there, I haven't seen the whole thing, I did see a few clips, it's a one-fight deal. So he's a free man to do whatever he wants. He could go back to the UFC negotiating table, he can do a Real Fight in card, he can do whatever he wants. That's why this made so much sense. Mike Perry versus him. Let me ask you, GC, Mike Perry, Nate Charles Oliveira, which are you signing up for right now?
Mike Perry, Nate.
More exciting fight. Now,
don't need to see him versus Charles.
What about Conor, Nate Perry?
Conor, Nate, for sure.
Because of the history, because of, Conor.
Yeah, we have no idea where Conor's at in his career. I think it's a good matchup in terms of where they're at. Nate versus Charles. Charles is a guy who's still in the top 5 at lightweight right now. He just dominated Max Holloway. I don't need to see him versus Nate.
Yeah, and that was at 155. Nate's fighting at 170, so maybe would never happen. Although I do think that Charles would move up and the BMF shouldn't hold him back. There's a world where Nate beats Mike Perry on May 16th. Conor wins, if and when that gets done on July 11th, and they could fight next year. Or there's a world Conor has another fight in the UFC, and then he's a free man, and then they could fight on Netflix in a year and a half or so. So I think he made the right call, but it's interesting to hear his thought process over there. There is another clip that I wanted to share of him talking about, so he talked about at the very end of that clip about wanting to hunt Jake Paul. Obviously, they fought in August of 2023. We were there in a boxing match. Here's what he has to say about fighting Jake Paul in MMA.
It's hard to fight a guy who's trying not to fight you. And a lot of my losses on my record, or any fights I've lost, have been motherfuckers who are trying not to fight me, and loophole around the whole fighting. Even like Paul, I feel like I beat Paul.
A lot of people felt that way.
But it was his big show, so it's like, okay, all right. But I know from experience, I ain't winning no decisions, even if I do. So watch that fight over and don't read the punch count in your own count without somebody else's. I won that fight too.
Do you think Jake Paul will ever fight MMA, or do you think that's all just
what do you think I'm doing here?
A ruse?
I'm on the hunt. I'm gonna take his ass clean out. I gotta fight Perry, get through the fight who's a really big task at hand, and then we get the Paul fight.
And that'll be MMA.
Yeah, we'll see. Time will tell, though. And I ain't going nowhere.
But he said a lot that he's going to have fight MMA. Jake Paul said that.
Yeah, I know he says that. That's what he says.
That's what he says.
We'll see. I think he will, though.
Do you think Jake could win an MMA fight?
Not against him, no.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Avila, who was there too, apparently. I will check that out in full, but some very interesting comments there. And It sounds like Nate's coming after Jake, which is going to make it very interesting in the build-up to this. They're doing a press conference, by the way, in New York on April 15th because they have this MVPW show on April 17th, but all the big names, Ronda, Gina, Francis, Nate, Mike, and others are going to be in New York. So perhaps we could get one or two of them in studio as well. Let's see. But you've got Francis on this card who clearly wants to beat up Jake, and you've got Nate on this card who wants to beat up Jake. And that's fine. And that makes sense, and there are seeds to be planted. I just hope Jake doesn't engage in the type of talk that we heard from him last week where he's like, this guy's a bum, that guy's a bum, I'm going to knock this guy out. Don't do that leading up to the fights. You could do that type of stuff after, but your job right now is to promote this. Your job is to make it big. And I know Nate doesn't need that, and Francis doesn't need that, but that's his job. That's Nikisa's job. That's his job. Make people care about these fighters. Make them believe that they're the best of the best. And as we talked about last week, I do think the general approach to building up a fight and saying this guy's a bum makes no sense in the end. You want to build this guy up so that when you beat them, it feels even bigger and more significant. But that's I know that's ego and trash talk and all that stuff. In the lead up to May 16th, it would be a mistake to diminish these guys. These are some of the biggest names in the history of MMA. It's all very interesting. It's all very interesting.
You think he beat Jake in that fight?
In MMA?
No. In the boxing match. He said he won that one back in 2023.
Oh, yeah. I think most people thought that, including Theo Vaughn.
That Nate beat Jake in that boxing match?
Yeah, I feel like that's...
You think that?
The Nate versus Jake? Boxing
Yeah, the one in Dallas.
You think Nate beat Jake in that one?
I feel like that's generally the sentiment, no?
In the boxing? I thought it was like 8 rounds to 2. Jake dropped him in one of the rounds.
Well, yeah, okay, so you drop him. Doesn't mean you win the fight. You know how boxing is scored?
Jake Paul beat Nate.
Jake? Yeah. That was one of the worst scorecards that I've ever seen.
You thought Nate beat him, though?
Yes. Okay. How many more times you gonna ask me?
All right, I was just making sure.
Wait, you think otherwise?
I remember in real time being like, Jake is winning the fight. Like the fight
Are
was
you
scored
kidding?
like the fight was
I think
scored
you're
like
mixing it up with like the
91.
Perry fight or something. Frank, back me up on this.
I was there, and it did not look like Nate won at all.
Am I tripping?
That's crap.
I
don't know what you're
That's
doing
why I
back
was
there.
laughing.
What do you mean? What am I'm doing back here? The judge scored it like 98-91.
Yeah, that doesn't always mean it's right. We've seen some awful scorecards as of late.
I even remember Nate's attitude being like, "Yeah, I'm not into this."
I'm gonna have to go back and watch this.
Yeah,
I feel like you're
let's do a
gaslighting
rewatch.
us right now?
Gaslighting? What does that even mean? That term
Are
is
you gaslighting us right now, bro?
That is the best way to use that. By the way, shout out to our own Drake Riggs, who asked Dana White about the MVP card at the press conference on Saturday at Climate Pledge. He asked him what he thought of the entire card. Here's what Dana White had to say.
Speaking of other fights made, I got to get your thoughts on the entire MVP MMA card. Have you seen that and what you think?
The entire what?
MVP MMA card, the Rousey Carano.
Full
card.
No, I haven't seen the full card. I know that Diaz is on it and Ronda's on it and Francis is on it. Beyond that, I
think it's like 13 fights. Good.
What's Michael? What's the question? Have I seen it?
Yeah, just what your thoughts on them, because they actually put in some prospects, and it's not just older fighters and stuff like that.
You want me to break down the MVP
I was
card?
just curious what you thought if
no,
you'd
you're
seen
not.
it.
You're, all right.
What do you mean? You don't think he can break down Saladin Parnasse against Kenneth Cross? What about Junior Dos Santos against Robles Despine? Aline Pereira? No? Do you think he knows what the card is? It does surprise me a lot of times he's asked questions about like what this guy said or that guy said. He says he doesn't know, and I actually kind of believe him. Is that possible?
From top to bottom, he definitely does not know the card.
No, but do you think he's aware of like the bigger names on it?
Yeah. I feel like I heard him admit as much. He was like, I know about Ronda, and Gina, and Francis, and Nate, but other than that, I think that's probably where it ends.
Yeah. But when he's asked in interviews about this, that, and the other, and he's like, yeah, I don't know anything. I haven't heard that. I haven't seen that. Do you think he, when he talks about like his algorithm not being MMA related and whatnot, it is his business, but I kind of do sort of like believe it.
Yeah.
It feels like he's so uninterested in MMA these days that your phone and your social media activity would reflect that.
Counterpoint, though.
Yeah.
What's that, Frank?
Counterpoint.
I
Doesn't
think you need the mic to be on too.
You can't hear me?
Well, yeah. At first, it sounded.
Are you drawing still?
I know, right? Okay. Back
Yes.
to my
Are you
point.
still drawing?
Haven't we noticed that Dana will like retweet people that seemingly from random accounts that say like
No, he goes and comments on the Instagrams.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. He does comment on some weird accounts, right?
right. So like to the point of like it's not in my algorithm. It's like, well, then how are you seeing this content that no one else is?
Sure. That's true. Maybe someone sent it to him. Hey, is this true?
I yield back my time.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Do we have any super chats, Frankie? Speaking of your time.
We have primo chats today. Starting off is Jake from Windy City. My man, hope you have a swell spring break.
Thank you.
Personal question before you got married. What were you looking for in a girl?
Wow.
I'm not great with the ladies.
Jake, don't worry about it. There was once a time where I was eating Blue Diamond almonds and Chef Boyardee in my Syracuse dorm room. Take some time for all of us to blossom into our own, to find the right one. There is no rush. Could happen when you're 16, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Don't compare yourself to others. Put out positivity in the world. That will attract positivity as well. You'll find good people. You'll find people who make you feel good, who make you feel comfortable, who support you, who back you. I've always said that I felt very lucky, especially early on in my career when I was out there, traveling to all these events, grinding, worried, will I make it, will I not make it, head down. If I had to worry about other stuff, namely dating and all that, I don't know if I would have made it. Because I'm a worrier, I'm a glass half empty guy, I'm an anxious person. The fact that I had the support of my then girlfriend, fiance, wife, the fact that I never had to think twice about will she be mad if I'm traveling or working hard or working late or doing this and doing that and watching all these fights and all, it opened up so much of my thoughts and attention to just be focused on this. And so that's what I was attracted to, among other things, of course. When I left Syracuse, I was somewhat of like a broken man. I didn't know where I was in life. It was a very, very hard 3 years for me, and reconnecting with a friend who was a girlfriend who I knew was like a warm blanket and something that I really needed. And I had to work through some things. And so we spent a lot of weekends together working through that stuff, intentionally and unintentionally. Just by feeling that. And then, of course, watching the movie Garden State, which I highly recommend.
Shout out.
That's really what sealed it. So anyway, everyone has their own things that they're looking for, spiritually, affection, obviously looks, things like that. You have to have a connection there as well. And so you will find that. I have no doubt about it. You seem like a very thoughtful person, a very down-to-earth person, a good person, I would like to think, just based on your super chats. So I wouldn't sweat it. Get as much as you can get in order in your life, and that other stuff will fall into place. What else, Frankie? What else?
The Super Bowl says, Ariel, did you watch the Who Killed the Expos?
I did. It's why was that funny?
I like the name.
Oh, I thought
Superb Owl or Super Bowl.
Oh, yes.
So,
I watched it. It was on Netflix. It was solid. It was very in the weeds, and it was interesting, and they made some great points. I wish it was made for Netflix Canada, and obviously the audience is very much a francophone Quebecois audience. I wish there was a little bit more English, only so that it could be seen by more people. I think that some people might not want to watch a doc that has that much, subtitles or dubbing. My feelings towards the Expos have changed a lot in recent years. I used to feel like, MLB screwed them, and Jeffrey Loria screwed them, and David Sampson screwed them. And make no mistake about it, they all kind of deserve a little bit of blame, but ultimately I think Montreal screwed the Expos. Ultimately, I think the Montreal business community screwed the Expos. Ultimately, there was a group of businessmen, very influential and powerful and successful businessmen, wealthy businessmen, who all owned a little piece of the team. And they all just wanted to say that they owned a piece of the Expos. And they wanted the shine that comes with that. But they didn't want to do just a little bit more to save the Expos. They could have saved them. They had multiple opportunities. There was a 2-year stretch where no one owned the team. Baseball had to own the team and operate the team. And someone could have swooped in or got a group of people to say, hey, we're going to save the team. And they didn't do that. And you know what they did when the toothpaste was out of the tube, when it was a done deal, fait accompli, that they were done and leaving, then they raised the stink. And it felt performative. It felt like they were just doing it to save face within the Montreal community. And I resent that now. In the moment, I thought, oh, here they are coming to save the day. In actuality, and you learn this in the doc, it was just to kind of save face within the community to say, hey, we tried. No, you didn't try. And you could have done way more. And I don't know what the hell is going on in Montreal. I mean, don't get me started on the state of the city, but they're pouring billions of dollars into refurbishing the Big O, the Olympic Stadium. No one plays there anymore. Tear that thing down. It's awful. It's part of the reason why the Expos didn't draw big crowds. There's the odd concert, rave, boat show, soccer match. No one cares. It's in a remote part of town. It's not nice. I love it because it's our stadium, but like it was a dump. Players didn't like playing there. It was an albatross. It was an eyesore. And they're refurbishing it? They're renovating it? Why? Makes no sense. Sometimes I scratch my head seeing the stuff that I see over there in Montreal and in Canada. And this is one of them. So my stance has changed. Anyway, it's great doc. It's great sports doc, great business of sports doc. But I think it's probably a very regional doc, if you will. What else, Frankie? What else?
Jose Argueta, 6884, says MMA media are all wimps.
Wow.
We need an Ariel at the media scrums challenging Dana on comments such as shut up and watch the fights. It's time to fire Dana.
Well,
Give me a fucking break.
No one's doing that. And there was once a time where I was there and we got into a few, verbal scraps, if you will. But
it's a great point.
Yeah, no, it's true. He knows. I don't know if they're wimps. And when they go to these events in different locations, not all of those people are actual MMA media. They're just kind of casual. They want to ask questions. They want to talk about the community and whatnot. And so it's very easy for us sitting here to say, you should have had this, you should have had that, you should have followed up with this. Trust me, I know it's very easy. But yeah, there are times where you're like, man, there was a clear-cut follow-up that could be asked in this moment, and it wasn't. It is frustrating, but ultimately, I also recognize that even if you did follow up and did push back, you would just get yelled at, and who gives an F? What else, Frankie? What else?
The confrontationalist says, DJ's marriage and his parenting style, what make this dude so special, Goat?
DJ's wife is a very special lady. We had her on the show last year, Destiny, and she was great in that interview at the Venetian. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, you can tell he's a very rich man. He's very much at peace, happy, excited. He's doing it all right. And I love, he does all this stuff. The YouTube channel is great. He's just done it the right way. He really has. Life post-fighting. He's content. He has nothing else to prove, nothing else to strive for. And he wants to conquer these other things. And I understand when he talks about, I want to do this, I want to do that. I'm in this meeting, I'm in that meeting. Incredible. What's this? Oh, Rick's here. Hi, Rick.
Yeah.
Bosnia and Italy are tied 1-1. This is the final. These are the final slots. Bosnia, Italy tied 1-1 in the 105th minute. Czechia defeating Denmark. You think Yuri's happy about that? They're going with Czechia, huh?
He's happy about them winning. He's not happy about it being Czechia.
Turkey bounces Kosovo. That would have been a great story. And Sweden beat Poland. So there's 2 slots left. Czechia's up with minutes left. And it looks like we're going to potential pens. Although Italy has a red card. Could you imagine if Bosnia bounces Italy? Wild. And the winner of that game is going to play Canada in their first game. Rick's posting pictures of his, what is this, Spam that he's eating over there?
Yes.
Must be nice.
Looks good, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Loco Moco.
Oh.
I'm a little jelly, I got to be honest.
Oh, nice. 7-Eleven Hawaii. I never heard him talk about that.
He's doing that. Well, I'm getting annoyed if you touching the mic.
Oh, wow. Congrats.
Oh, wow. Congrats is right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Congrats. Plastic wrap looks a little tight.
Yeah. Doesn't look too fresh to me.
Gotta keep the heat in.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What?
Sammy did a threefer. Mark Wahlberg is a guest on the show.
Wow.
Vladdy, respect.
Yes.
Latest with Brendan Loughnane.
I haven't heard much from Brendan. Shout out to Sammy. Vladdy, respect. Mark Wahlberg on the program would be tremendous. Working on Jason Statham at the moment. Denmark just scored.
Oh, fuck. To tie it up?
Yes.
Wow. Holy shit.
2-2. I just saw an update in front of me. Denmark with the score, with the goal, excuse me. 2-2. Wow. You think Yuri's happy now? Literally just now. 111th minute. It updated right in front of me. That's incredible. And what else, Frankie? What else?
Christian Eriksen?
No. And what else, Frankie? What else?
Moving through the dark, Dana is right about Sheikh Turkey.
Shake.
Sorry. It's used to address people in the government who normally are tied to the ruling family. Source, grew up in the Gulf.
So you think he's the only one? You think he's the only one that calls him the right way? I've literally never heard anyone else call him that other than Dana. Maybe he's aware of something we aren't aware of. And what else, Frankie? What else?
Benjamin Turk-1840 says, have you seen the documentary on Seymour Hersh?
I haven't. Seymour Hersh. I know who that is. How do I know who that is?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, American journalist. AI what?
We should make an AI instead of Dana doing the Jake. Jake. He's saying, shake. Shake. Shake.
Yeah, it's not bad. Let's workshop that one.
That's a no, if I've ever heard one before.
And what else, Frankie? What else?
Make it a drop. I need to get the Dean Don Dino.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Dana, why?
That's like what? Yes, Frankie.
Sleeto finishes us off with, hey, Errol, what am I going to do with a week of no shows?
Well, we've been here before, and as they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. We do have the crack on tomorrow, live, 1 p.m., Pizzi, Ben, Chuck. They'll set the table. We'll be back next Monday with an uncrowned film. It's called End of an Era, Cub Swanson's final fight. Casey has been shadowing Cub Swanson as he prepares for UFC 297, and there's a big announcement in there, so stay tuned for that. We'll have a fight feast and potentially a Seattle vlog. Is that the hope? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week?
That's the hope.
That's the hope.
Vlog's going to be nice.
When are you off to Ireland?
Saturday.
Wow.
Yep.
So Easter Sunday in Ireland.
Yes, sir.
Do you celebrate?
Catholics. Yeah, of course.
So what are you doing? What's on the docket?
Maybe an old school church, getting a nice Easter lunch.
You and Pizzi?
Pizzi's picking me up from the airport.
Oh my God.
And driving me out to Galway.
And what's that?
City across the island.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm going to be in the old cruiser, the old Carol cruiser for about 2 hours.
Were you doing a vlog out there?
No. No cameras.
This is just a vacay.
Vacay.
Yeah.
We can go back for the vlog.
Chocolates, bunny rabbits, eggs.
Peeps.
Are we doing that?
Yeah, a visit from the Easter Bunny.
Frank, do you celebrate Easter?
No.
Andy?
I did as a kid, but it was mostly just like egg hunting, to be honest. Non-religious things.
Dano?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, happy Easter to you.
Dan said he's dyeing
Thank
eggs
you.
this weekend.
Sick. I love that. What do you say on Easter? You say he has risen, right?
Sure do.
Yeah, love it.
And then you respond, he has risen indeed.
Ah, do you really say that?
Yeah.
Incredible. And that means that, what does it mean? It means Jesus has been resurrected?
Yeah, back from the dead.
Hell yeah. Terrence, Joe, a lot of religion talk on the show this week.
Yeah. Lance Gibson, spiritual.
Spiritual. Love it. Love everything about it. Well, if you do celebrate Easter, I do want to wish you and your family the best. A happy Easter to you and yours. Always a great time. Masters coming up, right? Baseball in full swing. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs.
80 degrees out right now.
Is that true?
Sure.
Holy smoke.
Yeah. Life's getting good again.
getting darker later these days. And of course, if you're celebrating Passover, happy Passover. Tomorrow's the first Seder, Thursday the 2nd. No bread for a full week. Matzah. You guys ever try matzah?
Oh, yeah.
It's great, right?
It's very tasty.
A little dry.
Yeah,
a little dry.
Yeah.
A little dry. That's why you got to put it
Drier
in
the
the
better.
soup, but that's all right.
You put it in this. Oh, matzah ball is tremendous. Don't get me started on
Yeah.
but you get a little charoset. It's sort of like a date spread. Tremendous.
Was the start of the word, or is that you spreading it on the matzah?
Charoset. Another great thing. Huge. When I was in school, we'd have the week off, 8 days off or so. Matzah pizza. That would always be very fun. You could go one of two ways. Matzah, tomato sauce, cheese in the oven, or if you want to get crazy, matzah, tomato sauce, salami. Can't have the salami with the cheese, milk, and meat, not very kosher, but salami is great. Warm, tremendous. So there's a lot of things you can do. You could also get matzah rolls. And these days, there's pretty much everything in matzah form. So if you're celebrating, God bless, and hopefully you're able to be with your family and friends and be with your loved ones. And if you're not celebrating, well, God bless you as well. And hopefully you'll watch The Crack tomorrow. It's been a great couple of shows. 12 guests in the last 2 days. Old school. There was once a time, guys, where we had 12 guests on one show. Just want to let you know.
Uphill both ways.
Yeah.
Snowing in July.
Yep.
No AC.
No AC. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it's time to say goodbye. So we shall say goodbye. Yes. Oh my gosh. My return will be on April 13th. So the Monday after 297, there will be a watch party. There will be a post show. I will be back on the 13th to...
What's 297?
Well, I keep saying 297, eh?
Yeah.
Why do I keep doing that?
I don't know, man.
Is it 327?
Everyone's afraid to correct you.
327. I didn't hear the 297. 297 was
John Jones.
Nah. That was 295. Sean Strickland.
Actually, 197. Golly.
P.
Yeah. See.
295 was Yuri Alex.
That's crazy. I know all those other ones from.
Also, while we're asking,
why do I keep saying
unstoppable object versus irresistible force?
Irresistible force.
Is it irresistible force?
What? Yeah, people always give me crap for that, and it just shows that you have no ball knowledge. Yes, irresistible force meets the immovable object.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, people give me crap for that, and all you're doing is exposing that you have no ball knowledge. WrestleMania 3, Gorilla Monsoon, as Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant met in the middle of the ring, he said the irresistible force meets the immovable object. And I said that when Francis Ngannou fought AJ and got a ton of crap, and I'm like, oh, you're just exposing, you don't know ball.
I do not know ball. I do not know WrestleMania 3.
Yeah, it just got into the Hall of Fame. Not sure if you saw that. So look it up. Educate yourself.
I was dying back here.
It's a great line. It's one of the greatest lines in the history of pro wrestling. Anyway, thanks to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Back tomorrow, same time. Peace, everybody.